and welcome. I want to call the May 7th, 2024 Town Council meeting to order at 1 p.m. I could ask everyone to please stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I ask the town clerk to please give us a roll call.
Mayor Bell.
Here.
Dr. Heidenfelder.
Here.
Mr. Turner.
Here.
Ms. Kay. Here. Mr. Farrell.
Here.
Mr. Tillerson. Here. And he's on his way, correct? Yes. He'll be here about 10 minutes.
The next agenda item is the approval of several sets of minutes. I don't know if we want to go through them serially or collectively. If people have comments, let me make one observation at the outset that our town clerk has been extraordinarily burdened by keeping town minutes for council meetings and Ways and Means Committee meetings and other commission and committee meetings for a period of time. We're looking for ways to alleviate that burden. There are a couple different things. One approach we're discussing with council is whether we can actually use, under South Carolina state law, video or audio recordings to supplement written minutes, and that would be part of the official minutes. But in the interim, which has actually, I think, alleviated some of the work, is we have nearly verbatim minutes because of the result of technology. And perhaps the town administrator can just tell us what that entails.
So the technology is what we all have come in love as AI peers. So we are using a software called Pirate, and it has the ability we upload the meeting material minutes or audio in there, and it just spits out the information. Now, she still has it provides a summary and a very detailed transcript. So she still has to essentially go through kind of that information, put names, et cetera, but it has cut down, hopefully tremendously on the workload, and other staff members that are now responsible for handling their own minutes are using that software as well. So thank you. It's going to be a big help.
Thank you. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword, particularly for community members who want to actually take the time to read the minutes, which are typically more of a summary of the proceedings. This will be much more than that, or basically verbatim recitation of the discussion that occurred. But we'll try to find the appropriate balance going forward.
And I will also remind everyone that because a lot of our meetings are now being live streamed or even just recorded and put on our YouTube channel, that they are available for viewing at any time, any hour that they like to view.
Do my fellow council members have a preference whether we do the minutes in aggregate or do we want to go through them serially?
I provided Petra with all my corrections.
In aggregate, I would do it.
Any other comments on the individuals that they can?
Hold on. April 2nd are not in that group.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the February 6th, 2024, the March 5th, 2024, the March 27th, 2024, and the April 12th, 2024 minutes.
So move. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The next agenda item is citizen comments on agenda items today. Do we have any of those? Mr. Fernandez.
Good afternoon, Alex Fernandez, 418 Snow Egret. Mr. Mayor, council members, on the agenda today you have two items that I think are very important with reference to the new process for the submitting of site development and approval. I applaud and support the changes to the ordinances that now will require for site plans in excess of 20,000 square feet for commercial buildings and 8 residential dwelling units to have the process of going through the Planning Commission. I think this is an enormous step through our transparency, disclosure, and I think more importantly, it will now provide not only one set of eyes to approve and look at these plans, but it will provide many set of eyes, the community to have the opportunity to have input into this process. So I know that you voted on this prior, but I urge all of you to approve this today. In addition, I am not computer savvy. I've learned to navigate web pages, but it is very difficult presently to navigate the town's web page to find development plans or plans have been submitted. So also, I know on the agenda is a new process or a new piece of your web page will make it a lot easier for community members to be able to have access to information easily. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Any other citizen comments? Mr. Bonet.
Hi, Todd Bonet, 3532 Shipwatch. Just a request, if at some point during the meeting, if staff could give us an update on with everything that's going on with regard to the various projects, the Cape, Beach Walk, and the like. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will certainly provide that. Good afternoon, Councilor McQuillan. Delighted you can join us. The next agenda item is our updates, and the first one is mine. And if you will indulge me, I may take a few more moments than I even usually do as a council member, which is by no means brief. First and foremost, as this is my first council meeting as your mayor, and I just want to say for the record that I'm extraordinarily honored and privileged to be the mayor of the town of Kiawah Island. We have a lot of work to do, and I look extraordinarily forward to working with what I think is an outstanding leadership team represented by my fellow council members. The amount of time and effort these council members put into issues is rather remarkable, and I think it signals a sea change more broadly in the community about the level of engagement that we've seen. I think it's often used term that we're at an inflection point, and that has certainly, I've used that phrase, others have as well, but I think it's apropos. We've really turned the page as a community from essentially being governed by decades-old instruments to shifting to a place and time where we are increasingly taking matters into our own hands in terms of charting the future of Kiawah Island. Our governing institutions, both the town of Kiawah Island as well as the community association and their elected officials, are now responsible more than ever for shaping the future of Kiawah Island. And it's remarkable the extent to which our community members are increasingly engaged in these matters, not just by attendance, but the comments, the letters we receive, the participation in other meetings. I would just note that we have an opening in one of our commissions that is not a council member commission, where in the past, it's been my understanding, it's been a struggle to get anybody to serve, and I'm aware, just myself, of at least 6 people that expressed interest in that position. I suspect many others have. So I think that is a sea change. And again, we do have a lot of work to do, and there are some changes that we're going to be making, particularly with regard to town administration matters and others that will come up. And one of the things I want to touch upon now in terms of how we organize ourselves going forward is some of the changes we're going to be making with regard to committee and commission assignments involving the 5 of us and our interaction with staff and community members. And this is an opportunity to really give council members more ownership over certain issues that are of critical importance to the community, as well as get exposure, kind of like in a corporate model where you kind of rotate through divisions to get the broadest experience and touch points on what's going on the island to better inform all our decision-making going forward. So I'm not going to highlight every single committee and external relationship we have, but just to highlight a few. And there's some changes accompanying some of these. The Ways and Means Committee, which typically meets in the morning before council, will continue to be chaired by Councilmember Heidingsfelder. He's done an extraordinarily good job steering that committee over the last many months. One change we're going to make is it's only statutorily required to be 3 members of council, not 5. It will now be going forward just 3 members of council. And that avoids, at least to some extent, the issue that we've had previously is all 5 of us meet earlier in the morning, we talk amongst ourselves, and we're recommending to ourselves the things that we've already discussed and recommended. This at least allows 2 of our council members to check the work of the 3 and ask questions in a council setting. And we'll hopefully have a more robust discussion about some critically important Ways and Means Committee issues, recommendations that come before council. 2 of our, I think, most critically important committees have heretofore, we're going to have to change the charter, adjust the charter a little bit, have heretofore been chaired by staff members, but given the importance of the work that will be undertaken by these committees, we're making these chairs now council members. The first one is the Environmental Committee, which will be chaired by Council Member Kay, and Jim Jordan will be the staff director of that committee. That is going to be responsible not just for beach management, but also marsh management issues and overall resiliency questions. So there's a lot to be onboarded for that committee. Similarly, the Public Safety Committee has heretofore been chaired by the staff member, our Director of Public Safety, Craig Harris. Going forward, that will be chaired by a council member, in this instance, Council Member Berner, and the Director of Public Safety, Harris, will be the staff director. That is another committee in which we anticipate a lot of work to be done in the near term related to issues like which we discussed at the Ways and Means Committee, the feasibility, law enforcement feasibility study, issues related to EMS and fire department services and relationships, and even health and safety, other health and safety related issues will all fall within the province of the Public Safety Committee. The ATAX committee, State ATAX committee, which is a mandatory statutory committee, will be chaired by our new council member, Luke Farrell. And the audit committee will be chaired, and by the way, he's volunteered, thank you, for onboarding a little bit more work than perhaps others, but he's demonstrated the appetite for that by council member Heidingsfelder. And there's important work from the audit committee that he has led, working with our director of finance on substantially enhancing our audit functions, which are not necessarily important not only for enforcement purposes, but are going to lead to additional revenues, business license revenues for the town. The other one I want to mention is the Go Green initiative that again has been very ably led by Council Member Heidingsfelder. He will continue to lead that effort. We are going to, I've asked Council Member Farrell to be the liaison to the Planning Commission's work on the Kiowa Next project, the development of the comprehensive plan, since he's been involved in that in the past. It's not an ongoing Planning Commission liaison relationship, but I think it's critically important that there be an ongoing dialogue between the council and the Planning Commission with regard to the shape of the comprehensive plan going forward. We have not have not recently had a Public Works Committee. The idea is that there has not been enough work to justify that. That may change in the future. We're not now constituting that committee, but I anticipate that we will have some potential infrastructure projects of some scale to consider. And what we want to be able to do is draw upon the expertise of our two engineers here to spearhead those projects as they arise. And finally, I want to mention that the very important work that the ARB task force has been doing, now starting to accelerate and move in basically this week into phase 3, which was develop a transition plan for control of the ARB, will now be led by Councilmember Heidingsfelder and Councilmember Kay. I will be stepping off the ARB task force, and Councilmember Kay will be stepping in, but really she's been involved in the process all along because she was the KICA appointee. So that's kind of the update with regard to committee assignments. There is going to be a lot of opportunity for community engagement on a whole wide range of issues, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But the first opportunity is this Thursday and Friday at our strategic planning meeting, and I encourage anybody who is able to join us for that. It will be 2 long days, and we're covering a lot of territory. What I will note is that this is a little bit different in construct from past strategic planning meetings. The focus will actually be on strategic planning. And rather, there'll be a little bit of the tactical blocking and tackling, necessarily so, how we're going to deal with some near-term priorities. But the idea is to start to look and plan for what's coming down the road, not react to events, but anticipate them and plan accordingly. There are 3 general themes, and I won't go into detail on each of these with regard to the strategic planning agenda. The first that we'll talk about on Thursday morning is the health, safety, and security of our citizens. And then later that afternoon, the second broad theme, there are a number of issues under that, and we'll circulate the agenda if it's not already been circulated. It's on the website, resiliency and protecting our natural environment. And the third theme on Friday morning will be planning for and managing growth. So again, a lot to fall under each of these. It's a very ambitious agenda. We'll probably only be able to scratch the surface, but we need to start to do a better job of collecting information and to better inform our decision making and think about what we need to be doing now in order to plan for future changes and conditions. So again, I encourage you to attend that. More opportunities for community engagement. I will be hosting a town hall meeting on the 21st from 3 to 5 p.m. It's open to anybody. It's a community forum, no strictures of a council meeting. This is an opportunity for back and forth discussion on issues that are of interest to you. One of the things we will do is senior staff will be there, so you get to better understand what their roles and responsibilities are, who's responsible for what, and then they have an opportunity to hear firsthand what your particular issues are and concerns are as well. My hope is that we can do an open town hall meeting like this at least quarterly. We are also restarting our community drop-ins, so this will be an opportunity for members of the public to engage with our council members in informal sessions. Again, hear your concerns, answer any questions you may have, and I'm not sure, have those all been scheduled now?
The first one is May 22nd, and it would be Ms. Kay and Dr. Heidenfelder at Sandcastle, back at the Sandcastle from, I think, 2 to 4? Is that the time? Yes, from 2 to 4.
I think so.
Very good. I will be hosting, for anybody who's interested, is just a brown bag lunch, probably in this room for lunchtime on the 15th. So anybody wants to come in and talk about whatever, we can certainly do so then. There are some other things we're going to be doing from try to enhance our communications, informal and formal, with the community. I've asked our communications director, Aaron, who's in the back, to put together a customer satisfaction survey, very similar to what KICA does, so that we can start benchmarking ourselves, better understand from the community what it is we do well? What are you happy with? Where do we need to improve? And what are some of the things we might be doing to benefit the community that we're not even thinking about right now? So that will be forthcoming in the relatively near future. There are some other communications issues I know, and we'll hear about some of those hopefully at the strategic planning session, but more visual content. We have a new video director on staff. And we also want to improve the ability for you all through our website and otherwise to share your questions, comments, and concerns, and that we can track those real time, make sure we're responding in a timely basis in a substantive way, and follow up on all of that. I'll leave it to the town administrator and staff, is appropriate, to talk about some ongoing projects of interest, which was alluded to by the citizen comments, but we've got the work obviously going on at the main gate on Beach Walker Drive, and we also have our new waste management contractor on board, so we can hear about that. The last thing I'll mention with regard to kind of town administration issues is we're going to strive to be ever more responsive to your interest and concerns. We're going to try to be more visible around the island on issues like at the front gate, on KIP, on Beach Walker Drive, on the beach. We're going to try to regularize some of our schedules so people will know when we're going to be around, and they can hold us to account for that. We want to do a better job of blocking and tackling on some of the basic day-to-day work of the community, being a little bit more rigorous and analytical in how we approach issues, and doing even certain, fundamental things like municipalities typically do. We haven't always done some in the past that the town attorney and his colleagues are going to be working on, for example, establishing a standard form municipal contract. Every service provider and vendor will use our contract rather than us using their contract, and we'll make sure that all the standard provisions. Same thing with RFPs. So again, a lot of work to be done. And stay tuned, because we're going to need involvement of virtually everybody. The last item I want to touch upon very briefly, because I know there's an extraordinary amount of community interest, is with regard to Sam Spit. And I'm going to disappoint you, because I'm going to say there's not really much more we can say about it at this point in time, other than what's been provided in the town's recent announcement. The most important thing that I think your takeaway should have been from that is that the town, the Community Association, and the Conservancy are working together in a collaborative fashion, that we hope that will continue. There may be new developments that we can talk about in the near future, but as of right now, that's all I can say. But I do want to acknowledge that, Councilmember Heidingsfelder has been extraordinarily involved in those issues. I was working with him as Mayor Pro Tem, and he's been working with me and with our counterparts at KICA and the Conservancy, and just stay tuned on that. And with that, my fellow council members, I would turn to Councilmember Heidingsfelder next, but he's not here, so Councilmember Kay.
Well, first, congratulations and welcome as our new mayor. I think we're all really looking forward to this opportunity, and to Luke as well.
You got to talk in the mic.
Not into the microphone.
They can't hear you.
Congratulations again to our new mayor, and also to Luke. It's a pleasure to have you both in your new positions on council. I'll keep going unless you want to.
Yeah, no, please go. I'm sorry, I had to take that call.
That's quite all right. So I have several issues that I can update on briefly. First off, we had a role to play, marsh management, in the Earth Week festivities last week, and so we had really good attendance at the marsh management booth, and I want to thank Erin for coordinating the whole program, and to publicly thank both Diana Mezzanotte and Becky McSwain for the time that they gave to this initiative. Secondly, we've got the loose trash ordinance that is well underway and should be ready for first reading at the next council meeting. So that moved along very quickly and very efficiently under Jim Jordan's leadership. As far as the dog leash issue is, that ordinance is concerned, right now it's on the back burner. As you can imagine, it elicited a tremendous amount of interest from the dog-loving community here on Kiowa. And we will be looking hard, going back and revisiting several pieces of the data that goes into to supporting whatever our recommendation ultimately ends up being. But suffice it to say that for the time being, it's on the back burner, though I have thought hard about asylum for any dogs that are fleeing from South Dakota. As far as other marsh management activities, in concert with the Conservancy, we've got and what the mayor has mentioned about our communications becoming more animated. We've got a podcast scheduled for next week with me and the lads over at the Conservancy, Kali and Lee, and so we'll be out on the boat, and we'll be doing lots of filming and asking questions and getting answers, and so hopefully generating even more interest on the part of the community on the marsh. The bridge update, we'll be talking about the bridge during the strategic
agenda
plan, so I'll hold off on that. And then finally, we thought that you might appreciate an update on what Roger Warren presented last week at the Our World session. And again, hats off to the Our World Committee who put together a terrific season this year, capped off by Roger's update. A couple of highlights from that. Information we didn't know, or that I didn't know anyway, were some of the details around what's going to be included in the activity center over at Night Heron Park. So there'll be 8 bowling alleys, 2 golf simulators, a pub, an outdoor bar, an arcade. The nature center is going to be expanded and enhanced. And then there will also be new office spaces for the recreational department. Mr. Warren talked about 2 tournaments that are scheduled, the Junior PGA, which is scheduled for 2029. That'll be played at Turtle and Ocean. And then I think most people are aware of the fact that the PGA is coming back to the Ocean course in 2031. And Sarah, I see you here, so if there's anything that you want to add on any of these, please feel free. There were no new announcements on the new hotel down at the West Beach property, and I think that was a surprise. Many of us were hoping for some kind of an update, but because of the increase in construction costs that Roger cited, the plans are on, at least on temporary hold. Mr. Warren did mention the new development agreement that the town will be considering over the next several months, but there were, it was just a mention that was made of that. He also mentioned that the Andel West development has been stalled for the time being. No details were provided. I don't know anything more on that. And as far as Oak Point is concerned, there's plans for a new 18-hole course to be built adjacent to the existing course with a clubhouse that would serve both of those 18-hole courses. Plus, in addition, there'll be a 9-hole executive course that's planned.
This is adjacent to Oak Point.
Oak Point, so there'll be, think of.
North.
Yeah, so as you look at Oak Point now, it'll be off to the left, so. And then as far as tennis is concerned, this is the last thing, replacement and upgrade of the clubhouse, which has been there as long as I can remember. It's going to include a veranda, seating, and snack bar. Also, there will be 2 padel courts. I've never heard of it before, but apparently it's been hugely popular, successful addition where it has been offered. And there will be further improvements as well to the paddle ball courts and to the tennis courts. And that's what I got.
I might just Thank you, Councilmember Kay, that pick up on one item that you mentioned. You talked about the dog leash rule. I suspect there will be a fair amount of discussion on the strategic planning meeting under our resiliency and protecting our natural environment session under that theme on a wide range of beach management related issues. And we'll start looking at those, try to look at those very holistically. All our access rules, walkovers, what we do to better educate both residents as well as visitors, and what we can do to better enforce the rules and regulations we have in place. And that may entail some changes to our ordinances, policies, or again, the informational content that we put out there. Councilmember Heiningsfelder.
Thank you. Yeah, I apologize. I had to take this call. Just a few quick updates. Also referring to what Madeline just talked about as it relates to Mr. Warren's update at the Our World. Shortly before that meeting, actually, I had reached out to Riverstone, which is the separate company of the Goodwin family that is actually responsible for Endel West, because I had, before Mr. Warren's comments, also heard some rumors that there's some unresolved issues about the Endel West, and he reassured me that everything is on track. So I don't know who to believe, but at least Mr. Corrada mentioned clearly that it takes long, it's a big project, but everything was on track. I don't know if you heard anything else.
All of it's a little bit speculative, and rumors, always a little bit hesitant to go there. My understanding is there were initially some delays regarding the stormwater management relocation of the pond. Later, there may have been some issues, disputes, or disagreements about building cost issues that may have occasioned some future delays. It is my understanding, again, this one may be a little bit better source, that Terrace Teeter has at least extended its lease for a short period of time at its current location, just because of the delays that have been occasioned. But I don't have a sense that otherwise, I haven't heard any information that's different when you've heard that there isn't still the plan to go forward.
Yeah. So, and the reason why I brought it up is just to make sure that there's not another rumor now starting. So we have contradicting information. So I would recommend the community just to sit tight and wait until something comes out that we can really rely on. Back to my quick updates. First, again, Luke, welcome to be on council. I think you hit the ground running already, so thank you. I wanted to reference to the announcement that the town published last Friday about the Captain Sam Spit status. We wanted to make some last-minute changes, the mayor and I, and then Aaron already had hit the send button very quickly. So I just wanted to reassure the community that although the last paragraph sounded a little bit like we just got our ducks in a row, this is now just the outcome of many weeks, if not months, probably months by now, of activities both in the council and between the mayor and myself with Kika and the Conservancy. So we are actually quite pleased where we stand. We still have a few small hiccups maybe to resolve, but I think we all get that together. I see Dave smiling, so I think this is going to move forward. We have received a FOIA request from Erin Slater. Don't know exactly who she is, but she bases it on unsubstantiated information she has received and wanted to seek validation that town employees have accepted a Keogh Island Club membership. This is under review by MEC, I believe, and we will share this information with Ms. Slater when we are done with this. Number 4, we have, as you know, tested the water quality here at the town's facility, and we will discuss this matter on Thursday, I believe. Wanted to make the community aware. This is a topic especially that relates around PFAS, or forever chemicals, that is in a lot of the water supplies around our country, and that will be, I think, an important topic to discuss at the retreat. I also wanted to make a quick comment as it relates to some communication that was issued by the Kiowa Island Club to their membership as it relates to the Cape Club. I was extremely disappointed, and so was the mayor as well, and we reached out both, I think, instantly to to the general manager of the club in terms of how he or his staff has basically painted the picture of the town being responsible for the fact that the Cape Club cannot open, which of course is unfounded and not the real truth. And I wanted to make that again, just so that the community can pay attention to the right and the wrong information as it relates to the Cape Club. I also would hope that we get today, Stephanie, some update either from you or from John about the status of the 3 pending site plan reviews for the West End, Ocean Pines, and the Cape Point Road. And I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Berner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First thing, Mr. Mayor, is welcome to you, as well as Mr. Farrell for joining our fun town council. To be relatively quick, I learned a couple of interesting things from attending the last Johns Island's task force, and you'll see why shortly. They're quite interesting. First of all, they performed a survey with respect to the half-cent sales tax that's going to be funding road construction projects. And the interesting thing wasn't the fact that they're considering a sales tax, but more than half of the projects that were on the survey were located on Johns Island. So it was very interesting for Charleston County to have such a large amount of desired outcomes of projects in Johns Island rather than anywhere else in the county. So that was very good. With respect to Bohicket Road, it's an important date coming up next week, May 14th. The DOT is going to be presenting their recommended solution or project for Bohicket Road. And there are 2 options. Johns Island's task force did not yet know which one is going to be chosen. But the 2 options are, 1, they're going to be widening from Maybank down to Edenvale, or widening down to Plow Ground. So they don't know which one they're going to go through yet. But the important date is May 14th at the John's Episcopal Church on Maybank. They're going to have public engagement from 4 to 7. So everybody is invited to attend. If you want to know more about what the DOT is going to be doing, that's highly recommended. And the reason why it's recommended is that we also learned at the intersection of Maybank and River, another townhouse community is being introduced, another 100 townhomes at that intersection. The growth here is just is untenable. The main road and 17 flyover is supposed to break ground later this year. That's going to take 3 to 3.5 years to complete. So it's quite scary what the congestion is going to be for that period of time. Related to closer at home here on Kiowa, I'm involved in the police feasibility study. You'll be hearing a little bit more about that later on, but big picture, we're going to be retaining an outside consultant who is going to look for the shortfalls or problems with the current police coverage, and more importantly, come up with independent recommendations of what we can do to improve. There are no premeditated decisions of what the study is going to come out and recommend. The independent consultant is going to do just that, provide their independent opinion of what we should do. Big picture-wise, enforcement on the island, I want to increase enforcement of our ordinances. And you're going to be hearing more about that in the upcoming near term, but I can't say anything much more except that that's one of the higher priorities in my personal agenda. Equally important to me is dune protection, and that also folds over into the enforcement. I'm really big on protecting our dunes. There are certain locations on the island where we have significant cuts created by homeowners, not by storms. That's the important thing. Cut by homeowners, and we have to do something to stop that. Lastly, in June coming up, it's 1 month away, I'm working on a podcast with the Conservancy to to demonstrate how how good a job the Conservancy is doing on land preservation. They have been buying lands and preserving them all around the area, not just in Kiowa, but on Betsy Carrington. And we're going to be explaining in this podcast what they've been accomplishing. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Berner, Councilmember Farrell, and indeed, I'll join the chorus of welcomes.
Thank you. And again, it's a privilege to be here and serving the community. I really, truly appreciate the support and the outreach that the community made in helping me get here. Just a couple of quick things for me, even though I am new. Coming from the Planning Commission, again, tomorrow and then next Tuesday, the 14th, are 2 workshops for the public to attend that where you can have input on the comprehensive plan. This is affectionately known as Kiowa Next. This is one of my passions. This is the strategic plan, the guiding document for Kiowa over the next 10 years. Where do we want Kiowa to be? What are the important things we need to focus on? And that feeds into what we do here on the town council. So I would encourage you tomorrow at 12 noon, next Tuesday the 14th at 1 p.m. Please feel free to attend and participate in the Planning Commission workshop. The comprehensive plan is really 10 items that we focus on, things like transportation, things like resiliency. We have one unique one this year. We actually have 11, and it's called municipality, because Kiowa is unique in the intersection of the town council, the Kiowa Island Community Association, the Conservancy, the resort. There's some big important stakeholders that have overlapping responsibilities. And so we've carved out a 11th section specifically for Kiowa to address how we're going to manage that overlap and how we're going to overcome some of the obstacles and maybe some of the challenges we have on the island that we chronically complain about. So that's, I would encourage you again to attend. The second thing and last thing I have is I'm on the Shorebird Steward Committee. This is red knot season. We're coming to the end of red knot season. It's been a new, exciting thing for me to participate in and going out and helping guide people around the flocks of red knots anywhere from, I've seen personally flocks from 1 to 4,000. Some been down on Captain Sam Spit, which is really pretty incredible when you see them down there. But places like near the Boardwalk 31 and 32, and then up near the Beach Club. About 2 more weeks, and the beaches will be pretty much void of red knots. But it's been a very fun experience for me to participate in something that's really environmentally driven and preservation of a species. It's dwindling. It's down to about 10% of what it was 20 years ago. That's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Town Administrator update, Stephanie.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Just updates from staff standpoint, touch on some highlights. From the Environmental Wildlife Department, we have started our weekly check of 18, maybe now 19 different ponds. We do this annually. We test for nuisance alligators. We found Jim and his team had discovered 4, but 2 were definitely nuisance, so we had to remove them. Turtle season, as you know, kicked off on May 1st, and we have had our first nest, was yesterday. I don't know if you guys heard it in the local news. We made that, so that was great for Kiowa, great for the Turtle Patrol. In regards to our finance department, as you heard from the Ways and Means, our business license renewal season came to a close without being fined. Was April 30th. We renewed over 3,000 business licenses, so that includes short-term rentals. So our team, Dorota's team, was very busy, collected roughly $2.9 million. We have just over about 1,000 that hasn't renewed, and how we determine that is they had current license last year, or maybe they've gotten a commercial pass from Kika, but they haven't applied for a business license, so they are tracking that down. The question posed by Mr. Bonet and also council members in regards to beach walkers, so I will go over those, and if you have any other specific questions related to those, then Mr. Taylor, who is here, can definitely come up and answer those questions. So Upper Beach Walker, which is Weston, that is the church parcel and parcel 11. The planning director is still reviewing those, and comments will be going out. He's going to do essentially another sweep of that of that site and issue fresh comments, so that throughout the process, as you all know, the planning director is reviewing the site plans, he's issuing comments back to the applicant. The applicant may then answer some of those comments back. They may then submit a letter back addressing why, if they have any additional questions, or they may amend the site plan. So that could be a back and forth process, and that's been going on for several months. What we're going to do is we're going to essentially, what Mr. Taylor's going to do is he's going to look at Weston, essentially look at all the comments that he submitted to them, any additional new comments that he may have, and reissue a new clean comment letter. That way, we all make sure that we're on the same page. We have all of the concerns that we have addressed. They clearly know what we're looking for, and then they can respond back to that. That way, we want to keep that clean. In regards to Lower Beach Walker, it is not yet, in the stage of being approved at all. That is Ocean Pines. We're going to follow the exact same process. Over time, there's been a lot of back and forth. What Mr. Taylor's going to do is look at all the comments that he submitted to the applicant, their response back, anything that's outstanding or anything that is new, he is going to issue a fresh set of comments back to the applicant, which is their engineer, Thomas & Hutton, and also Ray Pantlet. He's going to submit comments to them, and then we will, go from there. The same thing again, I sound like a broken record, but the same thing with regard to the Cape Point Road Public Emergency Road Access. Again, that is, we want to have a very clean record in terms of our expectations or any variances that may be required. So a clean comment letter is going to go back out. The bottom line is all three of those projects are have not been approved. There's still some work that the planning director is doing with regard to the applicant. He's going to get this information cleaned up. Again, we're going to, once he get those letters done, they're public, record. We'll put it on our website where the other ones currently are housed, and then the ball will be back in the applicant's court. But we're going to essentially submit 3 clean comment letters to address anything that's outstanding and anything that may have come up based on maybe some questions or comments from staff or from others that may have been directed to the planning director. In regards to the Cape, so as you all may have noticed, a few owners have moved in. I believe it's building 100, 200, and 600 that have received the CO. The cottages have not, because they are related to the parking issues that's still outstanding. So they will not get a TCO or a CO. Nothing would take place at the cottages. In regards to the pool and the fitness center, because there are a few residents living there now, they haven't received it yet, but they're working through DHEC for pool approval and the town. If they meet kind of all the checkpoints there, the town will issue what's called a TCO, a temporary certificate to occupy, and that is only for the pool and the fitness center for the current few residents that are living there. But they have not received it yet. They're still going through getting their approvals through DHEC and also our building department. So in relation to all, essentially, 4 of those projects, that's the status. Are there any questions?
Can I ask questions?
Yes.
So just to clarify and make clear that everybody in the community understands this. So potentially we will give a temporary certificate of occupancy for the amenities, means the fitness area and the pool
And that's
the
it.
pool deck, but only for residents.
Correct.
So no Kiowa Island Club member will be
Well,
allowed to
let's
be
just
there
clarify.
except being a guest of a resident.
Yes, or just clarify, there are residents of the Cape that are club members.
Yeah, of course.
But yes, only
so no-
residents and their guests are allowed, would be allowed.
So nobody of a regular membership that is not a resident and not invited will not be able to go.
Correct,
Okay, just a clarification.
correct. Because it's very similar, which is not similar, but as Timbers, that their amenity is only for their residents.
Exactly.
So right now at the
Because
Cape,
there's no parking issue for those.
and for the Cape, it will only be for the residents that live
I
there.
understand, just wanted to clarify this. So
Yeah.
working backwards, so I thought you told me that the Cape Point Road application was denied. Now it sounded like there's still something going on here.
There was never anything that was submitted that said it was denied. So right now, what we're doing is that the planning director, again, is going to relook at all the projects and formally submit a letter back to the applicant, letting them know what's required. The applicant, we can let them know that variances are required. They have to then, they can submit their application to get a variance, or they can go a different route. But we're notifying them of what's allowed in order for us to consider approval.
Okay, so what you said is in terms of recommendations, as it relates to the Cape Point Road, it will clearly indicate that they are required to receive a variance from the BZA.
It would be required that a variance is required, yes.
It may be multiple different
Right.
variances
Yeah,
that
yeah,
may be required.
of
yes.
course.
So
of
the
course.
planning director-
But basically, the planning director would say, I cannot approve this, you need a variance, you need to go to the BZA.
I can't say what the language would specifically be, but
that's what
yes,
you
it
basically
would say, yes.
Okay. Last question as it relates both to West End, Upper Beach Walker, and Ocean Pines, Lower Beach Walker. So will the commentary that Mr. Taylor will provide to the developer include a requirement for an enhanced stormwater management plan?
We can't get into the details right now with council of what Mr. Taylor is going to do, but he's looking at all of those issues from Weston and Sampson. And when he put together his comments, he will get those to the applicant, and then they'll be available for the public to view,
Could
including
Mr.
council.
Taylor then share also with the council members what he
Yes.
is submitting to?
It would be a public document, so yes, we can share it with
Please share.
everyone.
The idea really is to, as the town administrator outlined, is to, there's been some confusion and clarity about where we are in the process. Comment letters that had been issued 2, 3, 4 months ago. There had apparently been some back and forth between the planning staff and the applicant on some of those matters. But in the interim, the planning staff has revealed or identified new potential issues. We've certainly got a fair amount of input from community members, from the council of the Inlet Cove, Riverview, and Cottage Owners Association. So it's essentially, the idea is to kind of reset where we are right now, to try to figure out what issues have been taken off the table, which comments had previously been issued and not yet responded to, or there's not been a revised application, and then what additional issues have been identified as the site plan review processes has gone on, and now to say, as kind of at this point in time with each of these. But I think you do raise an interesting question, and you know, we might get a view from council on this is, for example, your understanding was, and it had been my understanding, that had been a denial of the Cape Point Road and beach access one. You know, the planning director has the authority to approve with conditions, or disapprove. And at what point in time do you approve with conditions, or is there a basis to disapprove? Because any of those invite potential challenges to appeals to the BZA. And I think that's a conversation we can have ongoing, but right now the idea is to just make sure everybody's on the same page exactly where we are as of this point in time.
That's correct. Are any questions about Beach Walk before I move on?
My only question on the temporary CO,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
TCOs, are how do you enforce that only residents and their guests will use those facilities?
The way that we're enforcing it is that our code, especially on weekends, is our code enforcement officers and we've also put East-West Partners on notice, but also our code enforcement officers will periodically go there. Now, if there's an abundance of people there, we can question if they are residents or guests of residents. We have already told East-West that if we discover that they're violating the TCO, that they will be shut down completely. So I would imagine that while there may be 6 or 7 residents living there, they do not want to jeopardize that for their residents.
There should not be a lot of
We should not
folks
see
there,
50 people
that many
there.
people there right now. There are, I believe, gates as well, and so
Correct.
there would be some controlled access.
Yeah.
But that's up to
But
them.
if you
We
see
just-
2 people or 3 people there, more than likely they are the residents that live there.
But I would still recommend that we reassure East West that they are in the obligation as well to monitor and control this matter.
We have told them.
And if we discover that they are violating the conditions of the temporary certificate of occupancy, that we will pull that certificate.
We've already informed them of
Okay,
that.
good.
Okay, just a few more. As it already was mentioned, the intersection there is currently underway. They are moving in lightning speed right now. Well, because of the weather last night, they may have got delayed. They were scheduled to be completed tomorrow.
We're supposed to be paving tonight.
Okay, so hopefully by the weekend, that should be completed.
And just on, somewhat related to that, Stephanie, and perhaps our head of Public Works could update everybody on the solution for the lighting at the sign at the beginning of the island, because that's been an ongoing issue in the community.
Yes, sir. I've got an electrician's giving me a quote today. We're gonna do the final fix and bore a new line, run conduit underneath the road, new electrical, so it's a brand new fix. And he's gonna be giving me a quote today, and we could probably get that done in the next week or so, next 2 weeks.
Also, as you guys know, our new contract with Trident West, or Trident Waste, they started on May 1st. As far as I know, things are going smoothly. There haven't been any real issues. I think we've received a few calls, but nothing like Carolina Waste. No changes to the route. There may be some slight time change just because they're getting to know the routes and the different services that we have. But so far, I haven't heard any negative things, so that's great. And I believe Mayor already mentioned Beachwalker Drive. They will be starting the planting plan. If it hasn't started today, it should be starting relatively soon. Just as a reminder for everyone, disaster awareness is May 31st. And if you have not signed up for Code Red, because hurricane season officially starts June 1st, please do so. You can either see Aaron, or on our website, it tells you how to sign up. Put your telephone number in there. That way we can notify you in case of an emergency. And that's everything that I have.
Any other questions of the town administrator? Thank you. We move to old business. The first agenda item under old business is to consider approval of ordinance 2024-06, which is to amend our ordinance code section dealing with the town attorney. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion?
I just have one quick question. I assume this would be in effect as of today, is that correct? If we approve it?
This is old business, so it would be second reading, and so yes, but
That's what
although.
I
Yes,
was
it's
asking.
effective
You can
today.
see it on page 2 of the ordinance.
Right, no, I just want to double check because it's actually a setup for my following question. Because this would be then the first regular meeting of the council following the inauguration meeting. So does that mean we have to go through, just to be correct, we have to nominate and accept this gentleman's contract today, again? Just to be legally following the ordinance?
So the appointment we have a current engagement letter.
Right.
With the town attorney, with the firm of the town attorney. There's still some things that are being worked through.
No, I know,
with
but
regard to
it's just that-
To the lawyer, to the contract
Right,
itself.
but this new ordinance just simply says, after the inauguration meeting, the council shall.
That actually is not a change in the ordinance.
I know, but I'm
language.
just
Yeah,
saying,
yeah.
does that mean we need to do something today?
So no.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that we're okay.
What this ordinance does, just for clarification, is simply, and it does clarify that the town attorney may be effectively Mac McQuillan assisted and aided by other members of his law firm. So the firm is effectively serving as a town attorney. He's the principal
Yeah, no
representative.
problem, I just want to make
Yeah,
sure
okay.
we weren't doing something wrong to our own ordinance, that's all. Okay, I'm satisfied.
Any other questions? I would just have, any other questions or comments? Just one minor change. I don't think it would require, I don't think it would require an amendment, but if it does, then I would move that an amendment is under B, where it says recommendation subject to the approval and hiring by council. Delete the and hiring. Council, do you think that requires an amendment? That council doesn't really hire, it retains.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Is that a
So we can
non-substantive
remove the and
change? that-
hiring. I don't think it's enough to require an amendment,
Okay.
to do amendment and go back.
Okay, okay. Then with that minor modification, could I have a vote on this ordinance?
Sure.
Why don't you vote on the amendment first?
Oh, so it is.
That's what he was asking,
you-
just
that's
with
what I
those
said.
2 words, do you want to do the amendment?
I'd go ahead and amend it just.
Okay, then I would move that the ordinance 2406 be amended to eliminate the words "the" and "hiring" in subparagraph B. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now move to the main motion, which is approval of the ordinance as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
For my English, so I think what we eliminated was "and hiring."
Yes.
Not "the hiring."
That's correct.
Because you said "the" and hiring.
The in front of approval.
No, subject to the approval
Just
by council.
approval by.
Remove.
Just
you
subject to
remove the.
approval by.
Yeah.
Okay, then you have to eliminate then "the" and the "and hiring."
Yes, that's what we
Okay,
did.
just to
That's
clarify.
what we did, yes, thank you. Next item of business is the second reading of an ordinance 2024-07 to amend our zoning ordinances, particularly the authority and purpose sections 1223 and 1225. Could I have a motion to approve the amendment, the ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Is there discussion? So I think there was some continuing issue. Invite perhaps our planning director to review a couple of these issues that have continued to arise. And I think as much as anything else, it was maybe just the wording on 1220, number 3.
Yeah. So I can't, I'm sorry, I can't find it, and maybe you can find it. Mac or maybe John, one of the things is protecting property from unacceptable new levels. Is that the,
New language is protecting property from unacceptable new levels of noise pursuant to the town's ordinance, and I think we submitted some potential alternative language for that.
yes, do you have that language? I can't find it. Or John, if you have it.
The new language?
If you don't, I was
I
just
don't.
looking for it. And what else? There was, were you coming up to say something, John?
No,
Is that why
I
you
thought they
stand
were
up?
questions.
Well, I mean, so what we have before us, at least in my book, is not a language that I believe council has replaced number 3 with some additional language that is not now before us.
We suggested protecting against increases in noise levels that exceed thresholds established by any governing town ordinances or which are otherwise detrimental to the general welfare of the community.
It seemed long, but-
Okay?
It seemed very long, but yes.
Do we want to see that in writing, or?
I think that's fine.
I-
That's
I got
what we
it.
meant.
Okay.
So just more sophisticated in wording.
So we may need an amendment, I guess, to the ordinance as has already been approved by first reading. The second and perhaps bigger issue, and I'm going to invite perhaps both the town attorney and our outside counsel, Ross Appel, to comment on this, because it relates to our ordinance under tab 10, under tab 9 as well, which is with regard to the role of the planning commission in the site plan review process, in administering and having a determinative role in zoning matters. So it's my understanding that there have been some questions raised as to whether or not it's appropriate to have the Planning Commission actually be an approving body with regard to zoning standards. Though if there is, you all have views, we should hear those, because in this section, we provide the enabling authority in this ordinance to, for the Planning Commission to review and act upon site plans pursuant to 12-162, and 12-162 is addressed under tab 9 in a separate ordinance where we provide that what their review and approval criteria are. But before we go too much further down this path, are you guys comfortable with what we were proposing to do? And I think there's been some background and context. The council member in Heidingsfelder and I had worked on this for quite a while together, and the goal and objective was to provide essentially a second set of eyes, for lack of a better term, for certainly large, complex projects. And that it would involve a consideration of criteria that might go beyond the simple T crossing and I dotting that the planning director is supposed to do in applying the zoning standards to site plan reviews. So do you want any background or additional context to that? Okay.
I mean, I read through this. I have a couple of comments to some of them, but not to that particular one. I felt comfortable with that. So
Okay. The question is, questions have been raised about the appropriateness under state law or our zoning ordinances about interposing the Planning Commission. I just want to make sure if we're comfortable on our lawyers are comfortable in the path that we're proposing to go down.
Yeah, I think the one concern for me is, ultimately it's the planner's job. He's qualified as a planner. Planning Commission isn't made up of all planners that know all the building code and road codes and everything else. And so the risk or the fear that we have is, if something has been approved by the planner and then Planning Commission gets a lot of political pressure and potentially doesn't do an approval as a result of that pressure, it sort of puts them in a bad spot. I get the whole idea of bringing the issue before Planning Commission for transparency and so the public is aware of it, but I guess I have concerns about them potentially overriding the planner or reversing a planner's determination, potentially due to political pressure. That could put them in a bad spot. And so I don't have any issue with them bringing it before Planning Commission for information, but I do have some concerns of just the spot it puts them in.
Yeah, but he could come, to the Planning Commission with his, assessment. And over the course of the conversation during the Planning Commission meeting, the view of matters can change, right? I mean, that's also possible. It doesn't even have to be political pressure or whatsoever. It's just, with more eyes on the matter, more information might transpire that changes things. What you're describing, Mac, is then more your responsibility in that meeting, right, or Bones, whoever is in the meeting, to make sure that it is not just an override, but it's that there's substance to it, right? I mean, there are arguments to it, right? If it's just becoming a pure override, I would agree with you. But if it's, a conversation that, the Planning Commission has also with the community, I thought that's what we wanted all along.
And frankly, I'm made much more comfortable knowing that there's an attorney present to guide and inform the Planning Commission of any kind of legal risks that are involved with the decision that might be otherwise perceived as an override. So I'm less concerned with the issue you raised simply because of your presence in the room and the decision-making capacity.
It's just an issue to consider. I think, Michael, you're exactly right. If they view their job as this is a second set of eyes, we want to hear this, and we're going to give deference to the planner, but to the extent there are concerns, they can discuss that and work with it out. So
Right.
There may be something that they catch that John doesn't necessarily catch, but I would think most of the time these would be John explaining himself, the public's aware of it, and everything.
So the question then becomes, though, and this again relates to tab 9, and we'll get to that, where as redrafted, it's drafted in a way different than we had originally proposed. It basically says that the Planning Commission looks at exactly the same things that the planning director did and basically applies, just as a double check as to the T crossing and I dotting. But the original intention of this was to have the Planning Commission on certain projects of certain scale, somebody, we propose the Planning Commission, be able to look at these issues through a wider lens and incorporate some of the factors and criteria that in our zoning ordinances show up in the subdivision regs. And I do know other municipalities have design review boards that have a different set of factors and criteria that they look at beyond kind of whether the T's are crossed and I's dotted with regard to the narrow application, strict application of zoning standards. That's what we were trying to solve for.
That's what we were trying to solve. But still, crossing the T's, et cetera, is also influenced by common sense and just by asking the right questions, right? And if we relate to one of the big projects we have in front, or Mr. Taylor has in front of him, questions from the Planning Commission, for example, related to the stormwater management, are well-founded, right? And it can lead to decisions that then are hopefully done in consensus that certain requirements need to apply.
And I think from my experience, I think that's the way the Planning Commission had intended to do it, is to really develop a checklist from kind of the criteria that Mr. Taylor would come up with, and make sure that there's things both in the zoning codes that are appropriate, things that are in a comprehensive plan that are appropriate, things that are from the ARB that are appropriate, that are all being considered. And like stormwater was one, we've missed in the past, and that would certainly be on the checklist. So it's really, from our position, from the Planning Commission's intent in the past, it was really that second set of eyes to making sure all those things that we wanted to have happen were actually happening. And it wasn't a miss just because there's a miss sometimes. It's somebody else was looking at the same set of rules and regulations across three different compositions. Again, ARB, comprehensive plan, and the specific zoning requirements.
We're talking past a little bit because as this provision, which ties into what's under tab 9, the Planning Commission's role would be solely to look at the same things that the planning director did. It doesn't have none of the stuff that the additional factors and criteria that we had originally proposed is now in the draft now. It is simply to approval based on the conformity of the site plan with the district regulations, approved plats, and the comprehensive plan. So it doesn't have that additional factors and criteria the design review board or something else meant. So I want to ask a very specific kind of question, though, just to make sure we understand how this would work mechanically, given that if on a setback issue where there may be some ability to interpret the decision, the planning director makes a determination, and then it's sent to the Planning Commission for review and approval. Can they make they can come to a different conclusion about that interpretation, and theirs would be dispositive, the final action would be that of the Planning Commission? That's what I'm trying to figure out mechanically, the way this is drafted.
Yeah, I would think if the zoning administrator makes a decision and Planning Commission is not happy with it, or anybody's not happy with it, they would appeal to the BZA. They couldn't reverse the zoning administrator's determination by way of the Planning Commission. This just deals with approval of the site plan. So prior to
What I'm saying, approval of the site
But that's
plan.
what he's saying.
Yeah.
So let's assume that Mr. Taylor, believes that a site plan is correct and fulfills all the requirement. And because it's a larger development, it becomes for the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission has a different opinion of interpreting certain circumstances.
Yeah, okay, so I thought the question was assuming that the zoning administrator had issued a decision prior to.
No, he has issued a recommendation to the Planning Commission, after his review or her review, of the site plan. right? And it comes in front of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission does exactly the same as Mr. Taylor in this particular case,
actually,
and reviews all of the ordinances and zoning, but comes to a different conclusion on a certain matter.
Actually, it pressed pause because now I'm reading, we're getting ahead of ourselves on tab 9, that it's actually the other way around. As drafted, must be submitted to the Planning Commission for review and approval prior to the approval by the planning director. So then, so the same kind of question then just in the reverse. If Planning Commission says no to the site plan, is that the end of it? Or if they come to a conclusion as to an interpretive matter and then it's sent to the planning director, does he have the authority to override the planning commission's
I think
determination?
also, Max, so what they're saying is that if it goes to the planning commission, they say no, it's like what criteria they saying no on? Because the planning director is looking at the criteria, and if the setback says it's be 20 feet, and the planning commission say, well, it says 20 feet, but we want 30. Is the question, if they say no, do they have that authority to say no, or does it have to be something written in that gives them that flexibility? Because normally, like, DRBs kind of, so that's kind of, I'm not sure if that's kind of where you're going. That's what
Subsection
you're-
B doesn't address what happens in the event planning commission doesn't approve a site plan. The way it reads is it has to go to them for approval prior to approval to the planning director, so arguably they could deny it and the planning commission could deny it and the planner or the zoning administrator could ultimately approve it unless we put something in here that says.
Although, on this ordinance, 1223, it says an appeal from the decision of the planning commission is taken to circuit court.
That was my understanding, that then after that happens, you know, the planning director would not be able to override, but it has to go to either the BZA or the circuit court. I mean, maybe we need to word this a little bit better, but that was I think, our
Now, again,
vision.
it's been narrowed in the subsequent ordinance. We probably should have considered these at the same time, is that, you know, what is, you know, are we comfortable, is the mindset of the council that if there is to be a planning commission role, which I think we're, you know, that's where what this is all about, are the decision criteria, is the planning commission limited to the consideration of the exact same factors as is the planning director? That's
again, the intention of ours was that the planning commission will look at the Ts that they need to cross, but also at other factors that seem to be relevant for them and for protecting the community,
So those other factors are
which we
no
outlined
longer-
in
Yes,
those.
But those have been removed.
Yeah,
So
they-
now it's just T crossing and I dotting. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Always.
Yes. Because this is,
And
I mean,
Could you
Speak
go
in the
to the
mic?
microphone, Ross?
Yeah.
Just-
'cause it's-
or if you can just go, you can go up to the podium.
Okay. Sounds good. So I'm not intimately familiar with this particular ordinance that's been discussed. This has just not been one of the things I've been asked to really drill into. But I guess, you know, the perspective
It's
that I
not
can
on.
share is that, y'all hear me okay?
No,
May not
your
be on.
battery's dead.
Or you can go up to the podium.
Whatever works best. So I'll just start over. This is not one of the specific items I've been asked to look at in the weeds, so I'm not super familiar with the particular amendment on offer, but I'll just try to come at this issue this way. You know, in zoning practice, there's different categories of approvals, okay? There's one lane of approvals that are administrative approvals. There's another lane of approvals that are called, essentially discretionary entitlement. So for example, a discretionary entitlement would be a developer asking for a rezoning, which would be a legislative matter that's a purely political decision where people from the public come out and talk about whether they're for it, whether they're against it, whether it makes sense, whether it doesn't, and it's a lot of discretion that's vested in a decision-making body to decide whether or not to proceed. Another example of a discretionary approval would be something like a special exception that goes before the Board of Zoning Appeals. So like, for example, under the table of uses in a particular zoning category, certain types of uses that have the potential to be, impactful uses or controversial uses oftentimes are not allowed by right, they are allowed by special exception, meaning a developer has to go before the Board of Zoning Appeals and make the case to allow a particular use based on certain rather vague criteria that are expressed in the zoning ordinance, whether it's compatible with certain uses, whether it's compatible with the neighboring properties, consistency with the comprehensive plan. That's where a quasi-judicial board here, the Board of Zoning Appeals, would be able to get into a very policy-laden, discretionary mode in terms of whether to grant that relief or not. When you talk about planning commission review and you talk about site plan review, typically you're talking about administrative review, meaning all a developer is doing is they're submitting an application based on ordinances that are already on the books, uses that are already allowed. You know, you're out of the rezoning process, you're out of the special exception process. You're simply in an I-dotting, T-crossing mode. If council wants there to be more oversight from a use perspective, I mean, let's face it, that's the issue that's most of the time the concern, is this use, is this amount of height, you know, the real big picture stuff. I would suggest gearing, you know, having a look more at like the use table, perhaps making more things subject to special exception review, things of that nature. I think that when you're at the point of a site plan, that is typically an administrative process where the Planning Commission is simply evaluating whether what has been submitted complies with the code, and you really don't see subjective analysis and discretionary analysis in that context once you're in the Planning Commission. There is plenty of roles and lanes in the local government structure for that process to take place. I just would think you maybe would want to look at doing that either at the council level or through the BZA or something along those lines.
So thank you for the input. A couple of things to pick up on. One is we'd also done a lot of work on the use table and actually eliminating many by right and shifting those to conditional or condition or special exception, but we were actually proposing on certain of those uses that we were defining as conditional to have the Planning Commission be the reviewing authority rather than the BZA. Special exceptions, BZA, some of the conditional.
And not the planning director.
And not the planning director, the planning commission to certain types of uses. But then, Ross, in the framework you outlined, where do things like architectural review boards, design review boards, which municipalities have and are authorized by state law, fit into the process? Because that's part of the nomenclature, site plan, land development plan, whatever you want to characterize it, they're looking at different factors and criteria than the technical setback rules and building heights and maximum lot coverage issues. So that's what we were trying to, in a sense, enfold in this overall review process here on Kiowa, was something similar to what other municipalities have, where there's an approval process that's more than just the planning director. But we were trying to embed that in an existing entity that already is very familiar with all of these issues. So how do you square that circle?
So there's obviously precedent in South Carolina for boards of architectural review. City of Charleston was the first municipality in the country that had a board of architectural review. Under state law, those functions have to be administered by a Board of Architecture review. They can't be administered by the Planning Commission. You know, when you look at the Planning Act, it sort of spells out the authorities the BZA has, spells out the authority the Planning Commission has, and then there's a whole section on BAR. So whether you call it a Board of Architecture review, a lot of jurisdictions call it a design review board. I'm dealing with a matter in Myrtle Beach right now. They call it the Community Appearance Board, but it needs to be a separate quasi-judicial board. And one way I would sort of look at this is site plans deal with just the horizontal configuration of what's on a piece of property. It's a very 2D analysis. You know, the DRB and the BAR, that looks at, you know, design materials, the way things look, the way things function. But even then, BAR is limited to aesthetics, those types of things. These are not, all these quasi-judicial bodies, whether it's BZA, Planning Commission, BAR, they're all boards of limited jurisdiction with their own scopes of review.
So just to clarify, all the different jurisdictions, they use different nomenclature.
Yeah.
And several do use design review board.
Yeah.
What you're saying is every one of those is subject to the state enabling statute regarding architecture review
Correct.
boards, which does have its own construct and its own appeal process.
That's correct. And a lot of times, so for example, City of Charleston, we have a BAR and a DRB. They do the same thing, and they're both authorized pursuant to 629-900 et sec. They just operate in different places, but they're performing essentially the same function, which is
But as
aesthetic.
interesting that is, but I think we got a little bit off track here. So let's come back to the real question where we started out. So the Planning Commission reviews, the Planning Commission has a different opinion than what the Planning Director has proposed, not yet approved, but proposed to the Planning Commission. The outcome of the meeting is they both disagree, right? That was the question then. Can then the Planning Director overrule the Planning Commission or not, et cetera? So would it just be, the solution to say in such a case, then the matter has to come before council,
I think he's.
and council makes a decision?
I think what he's saying is what we're suggesting raises kind of fundamental issues as to whether we can deploy the Planning Commission in the way we propose. And we also can't, I don't believe, the council can be a deciding, approving authority for zoning matters, I think.
I would say that I agree with all that, and I would say that, council's role in zoning is zoning ordinances, zoning amendments, comprehensive plan approvals, legislative acts. When you get into specific plans proposed for specific properties, you're in the administrative realm, which is actually a separate branch of government. It gets into separation of powers issues as well. But as far as site plan review process, it is not uncommon in South Carolina for planning commissions to be involved in site plan review.
Correct.
What I would suggest, and again, I'm operating a little bit at a conceptual level because I've just not been super in the weeds on what's being proposed. What I would suggest, though, somebody has to be the decider. There can't be two decision makers, and it doesn't need to be framed in terms of appellate matters. So for example, either John can tee up a staff recommendation to Planning Commission for a decision, or it can be done in the opposite, where Planning Commission maybe vets it, provides a recommendation to John for an approval, but there's only one entity at the town making a decision. That then determines the appellate procedure.
So the intention of
parties.
ours was that actually the Planning Commission then is the final decision maker.
Right.
That was our intention.
Yeah.
For those particular projects that we have outlined, and we come to the definition, under tab 9 or something, right? But that was our intention, right? And if that's possible, then that would clearly be my preference.
That's very doable. I would just say that in order for that process to mesh within the framework envisioned by the Planning Act, Planning Commission's review is much more about ensuring I's are dotted and T's are crossing. There isn't a policy level of this review.
So how does that square, and we may have to, I may recommend that we unfortunately, we table this. We do have what's labeled our subdivision regulations, which appear to be actually not just related to subdivision by the language of our ordinances at all. And because it says within the jurisdiction of this article, no subdivision plat or land development plan shall be made, platted or recorded. But the purpose of this article is to provide for the harmonious development of the land, control the opening extension of streets, protect residential areas, ensure this, that, and the other thing. And all of that under our existing ordinances is the province of the Planning Commission. At what point does, right now, because we went straight from submitting a preliminary subdivision plat that had zero detail to a site plan that has all of that detail, that goes well beyond just whether the Ts are crossed and Is are dotted, the width, character, and location of streets, alleys, and roads. Who is the person making those decisions? That's what we were trying to solve for.
Right. And the intention here was, for certain type of projects, that this is the planning commission.
Yeah, I think the issue you get into there is there are general intent styled language in a lot of these ordinances. This does not provide an open canvas for the planning commission in the administrative realm to just like redesign a proposal that an applicant comes for. It just, when you're at the plan, when you're submitting for a site plan, the use has already been established, is allowed, you know, it is a technical engineering exercise at that point. Now, there's plenty of opportunities to have these open, policy-oriented debates and discussions. My only thought is that it's just not
When are
planning.
those? Okay.
So I think that's the BZA special exception. That's the town council.
That's only uses, though, and variances.
Right, so special but the way you tee up these special exceptions, you're not, a developer is not seeking special exception for a use in the abstract. They're coming to the BZA with essentially a concept plan. Now, it's typically not super engineered like a site plan because that comes later. That's once your use gets established. But BZA at the special exception hearing will have a very clear understanding of what is being proposed in terms of height, scale, mass, orientation, configuration. In a lot of jurisdictions, like Charleston County, for example, before you get to the BZA, you're going through essentially a staff level site plan review process to make sure you're in compliance with the codes so that by the time the BZA is looking at something, they're looking at something that's legitimate, but it would be well within the BZA's purview and authority at a special exception phase to get into these sort of policy questions, the proposed building's too big, we think it's gonna have an adverse impact to the neighbor, we think there should be more of a buffer. That's where this free hand naturally rests under the zoning architecture we've got under the Planning Act.
So you're saying that there's no role for the planning commission on the town of Kiowa Island to be involved in broader issues related to land development review consideration. There's a land development plan, and literally it's the technical application of the zoning standards is it. Notwithstanding, there seems to be in our ordinance this broader role for the planning commission with regard to subdivision and land development plans.
Yeah, that's right. And, I just think it's not that these powers don't exist. It's, and I'm forgetting the right saying, it's like the wrong church, the right pew, or the right pew, the wrong church, or whatever that saying is. It's just a matter of where, it's clear that the Planning Commission exists to address all these very broad, subjective
But at a different phase of the project.
Correct.
And that's where I think we also have to remember, Brad, when for example, these preliminary plats, right, went through the Planning Commission at the time. Madeline was here, I was in that at the time. We were instructed by our then town council to not make any political changes, right? Because we were in the process of, for example...
You were specifically told that you could not impose any
We
conditions.
were explicitly told at the time that we can, for example, not debate if the character of these two preliminary plats that were in front of us, at the time, with much bigger buildings, much higher density, higher building heights, etc., that those were totally out of character to the neighborhood, right? Even a newer built neighborhood like Riverview. We were clearly told that this is not our discussion venue. Now that sounds very different. So if that discussion...
No, you're not listening. You're not... Town council's role is very limited.
No, no, no,
in
no.
all
I'm
this.
talking about the planning
He
commission.
was on the
Planning
planning.
commission.
I was on the
He
planning
was on the
commission.
I thought you were talking about.
So, no, 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 no. When the preliminary
Right.
plats
Yeah,
came to the planning commission,
Yeah.
Madeline and I were on the planning commission at the time, okay? We wanted to have that conversation, that policy-making conversation at the time with the planning commission about, for example, the out of character of these two preliminary plats compared to the neighborhoods, right, all around them. And we were instructed at the time by the then town council that we cannot have that conversation.
right. And I agree
Right?
with that.
Yeah, and
100%.
the reason why he was saying that, he was saying essentially, because I think the conversation was, can we add things? He said, well, if it's not part of the technical
Yeah.
part, you can't just sit at the
I
dais
mean,
and
it's just
start
very
adding
simple.
stuff.
I mean, the planning
It's what-
commission is not a policy-setting body.
So this is,
You guys are the
well,
policy-setting
no,
body.
I mean, I have seen, because at the time, I wasn't on council then as well,
Yeah.
and so what one of the impacted neighborhoods was recommending was a number of conditions to be attached to the approval of the preliminary plat.
Yeah.
I did extensive research, and maybe it doesn't exist in South Carolina, but there were like other communities elsewhere that had 8 or 10 pages worth of conditions. Now, you know, that weren't just the technical compliance with the zoning, because their role wasn't to apply the zoning standards. Their role was to approve a land development plan that's supposed to be harmonious with, consistent with the comprehensive plan, harmonious this, that, and the other things, all these factors, which I thought were planning commissions were supposed to do.
You know, I'm not suggesting that in planning commission's role in approving site plans and preliminary plats, there can be no comments and no conditions. But to the extent those comments and conditions conflict with zoning, that's where there's the problem. And those are the types of.
So the question, not conflicting with zoning, they were in addition to
So I'll give you an
technical
example.
requirements.
If zoning says you can build a 5-story structure, and someone submits a site plan to planning commission with a 5-story structure, and you have 30 people from the community come out and say, this is too tall, this is too tall, this is too tall. Planning commission cannot say, bring it down to 4 stories, because they're rezoning at that point. Now, if there is some technical issue associated with the proposal about a gate and how it's configured, and that's where maybe you can get into stuff, but the kind of things and the kind of feedback and control that I'm sensing you guys want to apply is really not the proper province of the Planning Commission under South Carolina law. Again, not to say that this doesn't exist under South Carolina law. It's just more of an upfront policy issue that council has to address in designing the zoning ordinance and steering certain more controversial, impactful developments towards the BZA for special exception review. That's where this very open-ended, discretionary type of analysis, conditions. I mean, the Planning Act comes right out and says conditions can be placed on variances and special exceptions. It happens all the time. The classic case is.
Well, but it specifically says approve or approve with conditions, both the planning director and the planning commission. The planning director can approve site plans with conditions. The planning commission can approve preliminary plats or land development plans with conditions.
It's just the types of conditions you're talking about when you're in the planning commission realm. They just can't unseat zoning ordinances. You know, they can't get to the big, juicy issues
So,
that most people are concerned about.
So if we drill it down now, is that what we have here in front of us would fulfill at least one of the two objectives. Means more public oversight, additional sets of eyes on any site plan that comes to the town. So that it's not under certain conditions that need to be fulfilled, that's not just the planning director looking at it or the planning staff looking at it, but there's a second body that looks at it. What we cannot achieve, what we wanted to achieve, but that's probably also why some of this has been removed, you know, is to go beyond that a little bit and implement also, you know, the character discussion, you know, does it fit, et cetera. That's not possible. But at least what is in front of us right now would fulfill the purpose, the key purpose, the bigger, for me at least, the bigger purpose of more transparency, oversight, public involvement.
Well said.
Great. Then I would be okay with that, with some other changes though, but yes.
And so, but the only now the more technical process question that I have, because the way it's, the 12-162 in tab 9 is drafted is certain projects, certain size, under dwelling units, commercial building size, et cetera, go to the Planning Commission for review and approval prior to approval by the planning director. Now, typically, not typically, if the planning director makes an administrative decision, that's appealable within 30 days to the BZA.
Right.
However, we're also saying in this provision, where
On tab 9,
tabs going back and
12-162.
forth between tab 7 and tab 9, but in this section, in tab 7, 1223, it says review and approval of site plans, the planning commission shall review and act, but appeal of the planning decision will be taken to circuit court. So this is kind of seems like a weird now circumstance where it goes to the planning commission first for these certain size projects, more complex projects. They deny or they approve, and aggrieved party doesn't like their approval. Then all of a sudden, the BZA is bypassed, and then it goes to circuit court, and circuit court can overturn it. Does it then still come back to, after circuit court decides, to the planning director?
No, so my recommendation would be for these large projects to have a scenario where the planning director provides a very thorough, detailed staff report to planning commission for the decision. But it's very clear that the planning director is not making a decision as part of that staff report. It is the planning director's professional review of the application through the prism of the current existing ordinances and providing recommendations for planning commission. But it's planning commission who ultimately makes the decision. That's the final decision. The appellate procedure from there is to circuit court.
Okay, so the planning commission is making the final decision on the application of the zoning
Right.
standards. Okay.
That's okay with me. But but the planning commission is functioning in a ministerial, administrative role in that. It's not a, they're the sole
Again,
scope
as
of
I said
review.
before, we understand that, but we wanted to have more transparency,
Yeah,
more public
absolutely.
involvement, more public decision-making about
And what
this.
you guys are talking about is well-established precedent in South Carolina. We're not treading new ground. This is common.
Okay.
You know,
And again, to make sure I understood it correctly, the fact that as it is written in 1223, that if the planning commission is denying, then it goes within 30 days, I believe it is, to circuit court, not to the BZA.
So there is no BZA process, because this basically says the planning commission approves or disapproves.
Right.
So there is no longer any BZA process. Everything goes straight to circuit court. If
Well,
there's a
it's-
zoning, if on large complex projects, there's a,
so.
That's
this
how
is-
it's written here.
So this is where there can be some very fine subtleties here depending on the case, but when I think about zoning administrator appeals to the circuit, to the BZA, you're talking about interpretations of the code as it pertains to particular uses. You know, that developer thinks I fall under category X, John thinks I fall under category Y, there's a dispute over what the ordinance says. But when you're talking about that, you're way before you get to the point of submitting a site plan.
so.
This is very threshold type use issues, interpretive issues.
So what I'm thinking.
Necessarily.
What I'm thinking is that we are going to need to table, unfortunately, 2409. And with regard to 2407, amend to delete for now the provisions regarding the planning commission's role, the site plan, and come back and work with council to make sure this lines up the way we want to.
So I'm sorry, so you want to approve which ones?
So what we're now, the question is now on ordinance 2407.
Yeah.
We already have one potential amendment lined up with regard to number 3. I'm going to further suggest further amending it to delete number 4 on page 3 for now. We will approve this ordinance with those 2 amendments, and then we'll come back to, and then we'll probably have to table 2409 and come back on the site plan review stuff, because we just don't have it all. I don't think we can.
I think you accomplish your purpose of more input and transparency if John were to review the site plan, issue his staff report, which is not a decision by the zoning administrator. There are cases on that. And then rather than planning commission approving or disapproving, they review it and provide feedback to him to provide that check, like, hey, did you think about, this one-way road, we're concerned fire trucks may not be able to get through here. Something like that, and John says, good point, I'll go back and look at that. But they wouldn't necessarily have an approval, but they could just provide feedback for his consideration before he issues an approval to make sure. So it's an extra check. It provides more transparency, but we sort of eliminate all these risks of differing opinions, potential lawsuits, because it's alleged that, planning commission denied this due to political pressure. I think that keeps a lot of the risks out of it, but also gives the intended benefit of transparency, more public input, and a second check on John, too.
So if that was the sense of the council to go that way, then we could.
You could adopt,
We could, so number 4, looking at page 3, we would simply review site plans pursuant to 12.
Sorry, where?
So
This is
page,
the page 3 of 12, under
Tab
1223. We're looking at 1223. This is
12, yeah.
tab 7. So,
the section in red.
yes, so,
Then it-
this, and we'll have to tie into then the 12-162. Here would seem to me consistent with what both councils have just said. Number 4 is all it would say is review site plans pursuant to 12-162 site plan review. No approval, and then you eliminate A and B because there's no approval. And
Well,
then,
and I would like to say, and recommendations back to the planning director.
well, no, that's going to be covered by the next, that will be covered by the 12-162, page 1 under, on, I don't know how, on tab 9.
One thing we could do is,
Yeah.
under 4, change it to review and/or approve site plan pursuant to, and then A would be the planning commission shall review and advise,
No, see, they can't, if you take review and approve, they're not approving
but
anymore.
and/or.
But no, they would have no approval.
They have no
cannot
approval, so it's no or.
They would have
Or
no
and.
approval. They would simply be reviewing pursuant to what's set
Right.
forth
So
here.
just strike
And what we
approve.
would simply.
Strike approve and strike A and B.
And strike A and B, and then tie, when we get to 12-162, and we'll strike 1 and, we can strike probably 1, but it would be, those projects must be submitted to the planning commission for review and comment
Yeah.
prior to approval by the planning director.
Which one is that? Is that under tab 9?
Yes. And then you get rid of 1, and you revise 2 to planning director's review shall be based on.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Is that all? So we'll get to the next, we're not on that question now, but if conceptually, at least to pursue where we are now, does everybody
Yeah.
kind of track that?
Yeah, so we can now approve 1220, 1223, 1225, first of all, with these 2 amendments.
Yes.
One, as it relates to 120, number 3, the changes that I think Mac proposed as it relates to noise ordinance and stuff like that. And the other change under 1223 would be under topic number D4. Is it D4?
Yes.
4.
Yeah,
Or
D4.
4, I'm sorry, 4, yeah. 4, that we say review site plans pursuant to, and we are eliminating A and B.
That's what I have.
The only thing I would have Would you put here, it may be redundant, but review and comment?
I think it'd be clearer.
Yeah, I would,
Comment.
yeah,
Oh, okay, review and comment.
Pursuant to
that's fine.
12-162.
yeah.
Okay. There is, or
We have a
Councilmember,
motion to
is that,
approve.
is that a motion to amend? So we have a motion to amend with those two amendments.
Second.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none?
Just to clarify
Yeah.
this, adds the noise language that I read.
Yes.
Yeah.
And makes clear that it's review and comment.
Yes.
Review and
And
comment.
eliminating
and
A.
Eliminate
And
A
eliminate
and
A and
B.
B.
Everything else, which is in red, it survived from first reading. And now vote to approve the ordinance as.
Amended.
Vote to approve the amendment.
Aye.
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 Okay.
Now approve
Now
the-
move to approve a second reading of the ordinance as amended.
As amended. So
So
moved.
move.
Any, okay.
Second.
Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
Not
Okay.
easy.
Next agenda item is tab 8. Are we on tab 8?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. Consider
8.
approval 2408, and this is the use regulation table. This is the temporary uses provision. Just a little context, we are on second reading of this as well. The purpose of this, as we discussed previously, is to ensure that the temporary use provision ordinance is not utilized in a way that permanently alters the
Correct.
character of a site. That is
What you
temporary.
said is key for my comments that are coming up.
And so there has been a couple of questions raised, but at this point in time, I'll simply entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Second.
So moves in second, yeah.
Discussion.
I have like 4 or 5 comments. I'll do them one at a time. Based on what you just said, Brad, is to make sure that temporary use of land doesn't permanently alter the property. So on page 1 of 1, under temporary uses, the first red line comments, the last words talk about approved as part of the site plan approval. I think we should put at the very end of that sentence, and the tree ordinance. We don't want to forget about the tree ordinance. I know that it would be, but one of these things like belt and suspenders, I know it technically would be, but I was suggesting to include the tree ordinance.
Actually, it's not necessary, because this is much more restrictive than the tree ordinance. The tree ordinance, applying the tree ordinance might allow the removal of trees.
Okay, well, so let me move to the second comment then from where I'm coming from, because letter B, redlined paragraph B, talks about vegetation removal of trees or vegetation. Up to what caliber tree are we going to allow them to remove?
No trees.
Well, that's not what it says.
Vegetation.
It says, may be altered in any manner, e.g. removal of trees or vegetation, except the minor removal of vegetation.
Not trees.
Okay,
But-
do we
but
want
the
to be
point
clear
is-
about that?
Because I had that as well.
Okay.
I
What
find
caliber
that
tree-
minor removal of vegetation very cloudy. I would
We have to
more
define
prefer that it is explicitly not trees. It is shrubs until, I don't know, 6 feet high or something. I think we want to be a little bit
Correct.
more precise
Correct.
here to really fulfill the purpose we had in mind.
Because a sapling, somebody can say is vegetation.
Yeah.
Do we want to include sapling in vegetation, yes or no? And I would say no.
So why don't, I'll invite the planning director just to come up and talk about the types of situations, let's put aside building stuff, but that, for example, something like the PGA or a golf tournament, where you're really, that's, in my view, what the temporary uses ordinance should be all about, not
Well, yes, but don't forget, so again, another reason we're having this discussion was to prevent another clear cutting of the Cape.
Yes. Yeah,
So,
or lot
so
one.
that would include the issue I'm talking about, saplings or vegetation. Well, what size of a tree trunk is included in minor
Well,
vegetation?
no, it wouldn't have, this wouldn't have addressed the clear cutting of the Cape because that was the site plan, there was a site plan for that site, where this
I would say no, I'm sorry, but only because in construction of these kind of facilities, you need to clear a certain amount of space for laydown area of your materials and supplies. So you need temporary clearing of
So
something.
that would have been, the issue that arose here, we want to try to clearly separate, is that would have been part of the overall site plan for the Cape. What happened is that nominally tied to the site plan at the Cape, there was not a site plan approved for Lot 1, but
You can have temporary permits, and just tell you from my experience, you can have temporary permits just to mobilize. And mobilization is different than, approval is different than
So,
site
but the
plan.
temporary use ordinance was essentially used to justify clearing all of Lot 1, which was used at the staging area. What we want to make sure is, if you want to clear out, I think the objective is, if all the construction staging area had been on the Cape lot itself,
But you can't do that. If you're going to build foundations and all the intricate, you can't stage and store material where you're going to dig your foundations.
well,
You
but
just
there,
can't.
but remember, a large portion of the site was supposed to be open.
Supposed
like,
to
so
be
you-
parking.
Or there's supposed to be
Should have
parking,
been.
or
That
the
is true.
stormwater management, or
That is
all
true.
of that. You
If you
could have
ha- if you-
staged all of that.
if you coordinate that,
You
is
could have
true.
staged all of that. So what we don't want to use is for a separate parcel that's unrelated to the site plan approval itself. If it's going to be used as a staging area, that's fine, but you can't, it's not a temporary use if you're permanently altering.
Okay, so let's talk in the
area.
future. Remember,
Yeah.
we have to think down the road. Andale West is now built. Where's the PGA parking going to be?
We don't
So-
have any jurisdiction over Rando West.
I'm just saying, I am saying that's gone, but that's where the PGA right now will be parking.
Yes.
So somewhere on the island, someone's going to have to find temporary parking for the PGA visitors.
It has 300 acres surrounding it, so I'm
well,
sure.
no, and
But
this is
we
the
need,
issue.
I'm saying to stop it from happening on our island. And this is what I'm trying to stop it from happening on our
So what
island.
he's saying is that, and I accept this, but a reasonable discussion to have, if there is to be the PGA, somewhere out there on the western end of the, eastern end of the island, there will be a bunch of tents, they'll be running a lot of electrical
Right, we saw all that,
generators and
just
all
like
of
last
that.
time.
And what the planning director said is sometimes all of that requires removing, because you're running a huge number of electrical lines from the TV tent to some generator
Already
or
have.
something. You may end up removing some vegetation.
Okay,
And-
so.
and then you have to replace
Got it.
that.
All right, no problem. All right, no problem. So fast forward then, that's Pete Dye Lane where all that infrastructure was?
Well, it's
All
different,
right,
it's all
but
around.
but that area where Pete Dye Lane was where a lot of the temporary facilities were for broadcasting, et cetera, and so forth. They're gonna need that once Pete Dye Lane is already built out. Where are they gonna put that? So I'm trying to put this now in our ordinance to
Well-
prevent clearings of something that we don't want to be cleared.
Well, that's the intention of this. is
Okay,
that we-
so that's the whole point.
Yeah.
So, Pete Dye Lane now is built out. We're gonna have the next PGA in
Except
2040.
I think Roger told us Pete Dye Lane is not gonna be built out. I think he said specifically, but,
Specifically,
Did he?
yeah,
That's not gonna be built out?
yeah, because,
He's-
but
yes,
at least
because
through the
of that.
PGA.
Through the-
Okay, we're now at the 2040 PGA. I'm still, for the next upcoming, all right, so now the 2040 PGA. And now Pete Dye Lane is built out.
So what he kind of said, and
I think you guys are saying
we're
the same
getting
thing.
further.
You just want to have trees not cut down.
Yeah, yeah.
You're saying the same thing.
How do we stop that with respect to the generic
By-
definition of vegetation?
By being more precise,
Being more
what
precise, yeah.
minor removal of vegetation means,
Yeah.
right? And we need to find a wording that would clearly outline that if it's a little brush here and there, that's probably okay because it can easily be replanted. But we don't want that, minor vegetation is interpreted as a tree taller than X or.
Caliper bigger than 3 inches.
Correct.
So that's
where we're going.
that's the definition we need to bring in here.
Exactly.
To be more precise.
Exactly.
So that, or in here or somewhere in your definitions, is that minor vegetation is everything that is smaller than X.
Correct.
What is that X?
Correct. It's exactly it.
6 feet high and 2 inches in
2 inch
diameter,
caliber
or
or
3
something like that.
inches in diameter, for example. That would be fine with me. Something like that would
Correct.
clear all these problems.
All right, and part 2 of that definition, I would like to require the applicant to take photographs of the area that he's proposing to be disturbed, so when we require him to revegetate, we have evidence of what it looked like before. So we can tell him he has to meet that level of quality and vegetation that is observed in the photographs.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable.
Pictures would make it difficult, a tree survey or something like that showing outline where everything is pre-staging, so all right, there was a 6-inch oak here.
So, and I believe in fully supportive of the direction going this. I'm wondering whether this is one, because we say there's no removal of trees, and that any vegetation, minor removal of vegetation, it has to still be restored to its pre-existing condition. I think that, perhaps somewhat surprisingly, I'm reasonably comfortable that the planning director's discretion or the approving official would be fairly limited, no trees. And even if it's I don't care if it's a 6-foot wax myrtle or a 3-foot wax myrtle, do I really care if it's replaced to the condition it was before?
I think
don't
I'm
know.
okay with that. Who cares what kind of tree or bush it is? I think I'm okay with that. But to what Michael and I were discussing, we need to define what that term means.
Well, that's what I'm suggesting. Do you really, since it can't include trees, it says trees are excluded, vegetation, we don't know, it's not defined, but in any event, it needs to be restored to its pre-existing condition. Is there sufficient concern about vegetation removal that might not be able to be restored?
We can bring this back with a revised architecture, look at it, landscape.
I would table it for months and then have him come back with a wording.
I think that makes sense, and I had some additional suggestions based on some of your concerns to make clear that temporary buildings and temporary material storage areas for construction purposes located on the project site are approved as part of the site plan, but if it's for any temporary buildings or material storage areas situated off-site, a separate permit.
Separate permit,
required.
that's, we
This
talked
separate
about that.
permit must be approved independently of the site plan review, so that, we can add that clarification.
So let's
I like
table
that.
this for months.
table
Let's
this
have
for-
you guys do a little bit of a wording revision. I think that's, do we
Motion.
need to decide or?
Motion?
Yeah, you have to get a motion.
Yeah, motion to table.
So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Tab 9.
Yep.
This is-
Or
Pardon?
under new business, you have A. You skipped to B. You skipped A.
Oh, okay. Appointment of Mayor Pro Tem. This relates much to the discussion earlier in the afternoon, where we talked about changing some of our committee and commission assignments and doing some rotation of responsibilities and give all our council members exposure to different roles. And it's my intention therefore to, since he is now the longest tenured member of the council, as long tenured as I and Councilmember Heidingsfelder, who has not served in a mayor or mayor pro tem role, to move Councilmember Berner as our current mayor pro tem. Do I have a second?
Second?
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to have a clarification from Mac that, similar to what Russ also mentioned earlier, that we're not making a mistake. So in the February 6th Town Council, we had the appointment of the mayor pro tem, and Brett, you actually questions the need for reappointment, referencing and so on, Municipal Code Section 2-205 related to general election of council. We didn't have a general election. We are still safe here.
You are, one, it's a newly constituted council, and y'all have appointed a mayor pro tem in the past. The only limitation on service related to the mayor pro tem under the ordinance is that the term shall not exceed
2 years. No, I
But
was
it can
just,
be anything less than 2 years. So
Okay.
you, I mean, technically, you could serve as mayor pro tem for 2 weeks, and then a new one could be appointed.
yeah, okay. Just want to make sure we are clean there.
No, that's a good point.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further discussion? Vote on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now, new business, approval of ordinance 2409. We've already discussed this some length. May I have a motion to approve the ordinance?
So
for
moved.
second reading?
Second.
And
Public hearing first? or-
Yeah, you have to
Yeah.
go into a public
Yeah,
hearing.
so actually a motion to go into public
yes, a
hearing.
thank you very much. A move to go into public hearing to consider this ordinance prior to second reading.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're in public hearing. Any citizen or comments? Mr. Bonet?
Todd Bonet, 3532. I guess the question I would have is, once approved, will this new process with planning commission approval apply to current projects, or will this only apply to new projects that come before? Will apply to current projects as well? So anything that is not yet approved, so anything that is going on, for example, the Griffith Beach Walker and the like, would those projects be subject to this new requirement?
Not my understanding.
Yeah.
I don't know
think
why
it
they
would
wouldn't.
apply to site plans that have not yet been approved, but for site plans that have been approved. it would
Correct.
not apply.
Okay.
Okay.
How about not yet submitted? If a site plan's in the process of being submitted, approved.
Well, so, yeah, in the process of being approved. So for example, in the ones where there's discussion, we're going back and forth, will those be subject to the new requirement?
Exactly.
Yeah, the way this is worded, and as it will be amended, I think, as we've discussed it, prior to approval by the planner, it shall go to the planning commission for review and comment.
So the question
Even if the,
pertains-
go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, please.
So even if the site plan is already submitted, these new rules would apply, because that was not my understanding.
Well, they haven't been approved yet.
Okay, so
this
that's
becomes effective.
good news.
So
All right.
where this is relevant, I think, is the issue is these site plans were submitted under the ARDA. So
That's true, yes.
does that change the calculation as to whether or not the ordinances, that agreement provided that the ordinances that were in effect at that time?
And again,
applicable.
I'm not a lawyer, I would suggest that you're not changing.
So I mean,
they're
that's kind of
changing
the question.
requirements, you're changing
You're
the
not-
approval process. So how would an applicant be harmed because you've modified the approval process? And just as an example, if John left and a new sheriff came into town, how would that be any different than the planning commission
Not
now
unless they try
taking
to-
the seat
not
of the
unless they
sheriff?
try to add- Not unless they try to add additional conditions beyond the ARDA or the,
Which planning
Zoning.
commission wouldn't if what they're doing is reviewing and
but as long as they're just
Right.
dotting the i's and crossing the t's, and they're not, and they can't add any conditions beyond
Right,
the ordinance.
just something to talk about.
Thank you.
So that well, I mean, it's a very good question,
See a
Mr.
problem
Bonet.
with it. We're not taking away anything or really adding anything that hasn't yet been approved. It would just be adding an additional step that it would need to go before planning commission. They can comment on it, and then before it gets approved.
So maybe the question is, all ordinances in effect, that were in effect as of the
If that's what
time?
the ARDA says, then it could present issues.
Exactly, that was my understanding.
Yeah?
I'm beginning to ask people that more, if that helps things.
Well, you were chomping at the bit there, Counselor, so.
This is thanks, Mac. This is a pretty complicated question under South Carolina law. There is an argument under a South Carolina Supreme Court case from the 1970s, Pure Oil versus the City of Columbia, which established something called the time of application rule, which means that a development permit is entitled to be processed under the ordinances that exist at the time the application is submitted and accepted, which would essentially vest a project under the current regulatory framework that exists at the time. There are a multitude of opinions as to the applicability of the Pure Oil doctrine. Every case is different, every set of facts are different, but you run into that issue, and then you also have this concept of the pending ordinance doctrine, which could apply. I mean, there's a lot that goes into this. That I think the best thing to say, I've sort of sketched out the big picture view of how this is looked at, but this would really need to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. Anytime you're trying to change the rules on a development that's already in the pipeline, it just opens the door to a number of very complicated questions that we'll just have to look at on a case-by-case basis. And we begin to get into some sensitive legal advice and discussion here, so I just want to, I think.
So the issue is, there's no issue with regard to this, adopting this and its effect prospectively.
No
issue with that.
no problem.
Depending
Yes.
on
Something in
whether it's an
process.
artist site plan
It
or
is
not,
something we probably
Absolutely.
can't resolve right now.
Absolutely. Legislative bodies, whether it's the General Assembly in Columbia or whether it's you guys, local town council, have free reign to change rules prospectively. The only limit on that power is if there are certain projects that have already been approved or there's development applications in the pipeline. That's where there could potentially be some limitations.
Again, the only thing I would suggest is that you all are very invested in the review process right now. So, even if I think we might be splitting hairs. Again, you need to understand the facts, but there's a lot of town council members and planning commission members invested in understanding what's going on. So I don't know if, from a procedural standpoint, this is really that much of a difference from what has already been happening. So it's just something to consider.
Okay.
We
but
don't need to solve for that issue right now.
I would propose that we move forward with this.
Yeah, that's
But
correct.
have Mac look into this.
Right.
So that we have clarity on this matter.
So we have before us the,
We need to
sorry,
get- we
any
need to
further
get out
comment,
of,
any further
public hearing.
comments from the public? Can I have a motion to move out of public hearing?
So,
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
We're returning to regular business. And now we're on consideration of ordinance 122409, it's 12162 site plan review. Based on discussion we've already had, or entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
I just want to make sure I understand.
moved.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. All right, go ahead. Second, yep.
Now we're considering the second reading of the ordinance. Do we have any discussion?
so it's a wording issue.
So I just want to make sure that we're incorporating what we discussed a couple of minutes ago. So under red line comment B, little I, we're going to be saying the planning commission's review and comment instead of review and approval.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
And we'll just get rid of what we will hopefully have here in a moment is an amendment to revise the language under B, as you just stated, and remove little I and little 1 and 2.
Okay.
So it would read, must be submitted to the Planning Commission for review and comment prior to the approval by the planning director, period, nothing after that.
Yeah. Okay, so my second point is, and I apologize if that's a language issue, but I want to make sure. So under B, 3B in red, site plans for development projects containing commercial uses or non-single-family residential uses, where structures are greater than 20,000 square feet in size or contain 8 residential dwelling units or more. So does that mean an individual structure or all structures on the site plan? Because
Yes, and that, you, very
my
good point.
understanding was that, of course, if a site plan has more than 20,000 square feet altogether, detached buildings but altogether, or more than 8, this applies.
It would be the aggregate.
But
The intention, I believe, was that if there were two 10,000 square foot buildings, this would apply.
Yes,
so,
yeah,
but
the aggregate.
Yeah.
I can also read
Yes,
this.
you,
There's an individual structure
I
bigger than
understand.
20K
Right.
or more than 8 would be the threshold. So that could be, I have a site with 2 or 3 buildings of, 20,000 square or 8 or more, so how, is this a wording, is this a language
You're
issue?
correct. No,
Want to
you're
be a
correct.
little
We
bit
should be
more
clearer.
precise here? I'm worried that this is, again, ambiguity, and lawyers will spend a lot of time debating that.
Can we just say site plans for development projects containing commercial?
No, I would just say uses where all
Or
structures.
total number of.
Yeah, where all
The
structures.
total number of
Or
structures.
total structure or whatsoever, but really make clear
Yeah.
in the text that we
That's
mind,
good catch.
that we mean the combined square footage and number of dwelling units on the site. Because otherwise, I would really be afraid that a lawyer would come along and say, well, you just meant one structure being more than 20.
No, you're right. We should.
So I'm worried about that. I want to clarify that.
You're
okay?
right.
very
It can
good-
be an
very
easy
good
fix,
catch.
but.
Very good catch.
But
Yeah, so I think it would be amended where where the total number of structures are greater than 20,000 square feet in
Yes.
size or contain 8 residential dwelling units on the site.
on the site or more, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. We need to be
So
precise.
it's clear that we're talking about
The whole
property
site,
collectively.
yes. And it needs also to be clear, but I think that's, embedded in the site plan, if 2 parcels are combined in a site plan, right? So Upper Beachwalker, we have 11 and Church. When we talk here about a site plan that's submitted that contains 2 parcels, that's again what we are talking about. On the combined parcels, a not greater than 20,000 square footage
It's
or
a
less
site
than
plan for-
8.
The site
right?
plan for the project includes both parcels, so it's, if
I
if
just want to
using
give
that as
that
an
thought
example.
to Mac to make sure, do we need to be more explicit, or is site plan already clear, defined as potentially being more than 1 parcel?
I don't think we're clear enough using it.
But the site plan is what it is, so the site plan covers
If you could be
2
clearer,
parcels.
we should put it in.
I would prefer
yeah,
that too.
Yeah.
Mac?
Yeah, I guess because I'm thinking about Upper Beachwalker, even
Exactly.
though it's 2 separate parcels, the way that's been submitted is submitted under 1 permit. So we're looking at it as 1, but I guess they could, if they wanted to get around this, if they separate
Could
it
have
as
said
2
it-
separate
10,000
permits.
square foot building on one parcel, 10,000.
And they're 2 separate permits, but right now it's under 1 permit, so we can easily say it's 1 site plan. But if they were to separate and have 2 separate permits, then that could.
There's no
theoretically
harm
be
in putting in
separate site
additional
plans.
words to be clearer.
Just-
Yeah, we could say the total number of.
And I don't want to
structures.
look only on Beachwalker,
Yeah,
right? I
it's
mean,
just
we
a-
have
just an
also West
example of-
Beach and
yeah.
others, so
Well,
I
we're
mean, I
just
don't
using that as an
want to.
example, because right now I can use that as an example because the way that we look at it, because we only issue 1, they only have 1 site, 1 permit for that, for those 2 sites.
Yeah, so you could say, or contain 8 residential dwelling units or more on the parcel or multiple multiple parcels. If it's all part of the same project.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
But how do you then define whether it's the same project if they've submitted separate site plans? That's the,
Or, yeah, I mean, they could submit a separate site plan, they could convey it to another.
Yeah, but then in the-
related
well, this is
entity.
all, so can this to tie, this is all part of the preliminary plat was approved. This is, this site plan review process is prior to the planning commission considering approval of the final plat. But this is, I mean, if we tie it into that somehow, because this is all
But that
related.
already deviates, because, Madeline, help me, if I remember correctly, the preliminary plat included 11, Church, 8, and 9.
Yeah.
And now their site plan only includes 11 and Church.
Did it also include 10?
John? What, is that correct, what I was saying?
9 and 10, church, church 11, and 8 and 10.
Yeah, 10 was.
Well, 10 is that sliver, so.
Yeah.
But that was all 5 of those parcels, even though 2 of those had one TMS, I believe, but they were separate parcels, or all part
That
of
was the
what
preliminary plat.
approved, the
Yes.
preliminary plat. And so this is site plan for approval of only a
2 of them.
portion of the tract that was preliminarily approved, which raises its own issue, I guess, as to whether the final plat would conform substantially to the preliminary plat.
I would just then recommend just tying it, opposed to tying it to the subdivision plat, you tie it to amending that first line with the site plans. Similarly to what Stephanie outlined, when we receive a site plan, it's for a development project. So if they intend to submit for a development project, any buildings as part of that would be calculated. So whether it's on 1 or 2 parcels, it's part of that development project.
But what, I mean, what if they submitted a site plan, just using Upper Beachwalker as an example, for 11? And then they separately, a week later, submitted a site plan for the church parcel? Why, how are you defining that's
So,
part of
I
the
mean,
same project?
And that's what the threshold comes in. I mean, if we're looking at it comprehensively and we wanted it to, they would be able to do it. That's just kind of a hole in the code.
Well,
And so to problem solve for that, that's what I said, you would link it to either if the parcel is adjacent, really hard.
Brad, they probably would not do that. Sorry, Councilman Belt. They probably would not do that because if you submitted a site plan for the church parcel, all the buffers would apply. And you submit another site plan for
Right.
parcel 9, all the buffers would apply. It becomes much more restrictive to develop. So yeah, you might be able to put 10,000 here and 10,000 here, but you
Yeah.
couldn't have roads, you couldn't link them.
But look, you're right when you talk about Upper Beachwalker, but we need to look beyond that,
But the,
right? So other parcel combinations might come up, right? East Beach, or I have no idea.
But you would still have the
You-
separate
What you're saying
buffers.
is right, but it might not be as limiting as it might be for Upper Beachwalker in other cases. That's what I'm saying.
I would say then it just plays back into the threshold of being under 20,000, which would be okay, based on what was recommended.
Yeah, because worst case scenario, they do 10,000 on one site, 10,000 on another. The only thing that means is that planning commission doesn't review and comment on it because
Yeah.
they have 2 10,000 square foot as opposed to combining them as one big thing. But as Luke points out, they're probably not going to do that because of all the
Yeah,
setbacks.
yeah. So I would still feel comfortable moving forward with this, with that little change that we talked about, just to get it in the books.
So to add the total
Yeah.
number of
But
structures.
is total number, is number the right word there, council?
Or structure or
Where
structures.
structures and aggregate total
Yeah,
more than?
structures on the site.
Yeah.
Were structures on the site total more, or?
You can actually eliminate the structures by just saying family residential uses where total square footage exceeds 20,000 K, and you get rid of all of
Yeah,
them.
skip structures, yeah.
Yeah, because the structure is kind of weird here. We just go by total square footage above 20K and total number of dwelling units above 8, period. That's the easiest, isn't it?
So just development projects containing commercial use or non-family residential uses totaling more than 20,000 square feet. You don't need to say in size.
Right, or
Or contain more
yes,
than 8
yes,
residential
yeah.
dwelling
Just
units.
So just.
Must be
literally
submitted to the
uses
planning commission
totaling
for
more than-
review.
More
this
than,
currently says contain
8 or
8
more.
or more.
Keep
so
8 or more.
Your language would be 7.
Yeah. More than 7, correct.
Oh, reduce it to 7?
Yeah, more than 7, because,
More
yeah.
than 7.
Yeah. must be submitted to the Planning Commission for review and comment prior to approval by the planning director.
And eliminate little I, 1 and 2.
And,
Yes.
and then you can actually eliminate 1 and 2.
Yes. Site plans for development projects containing commercial uses or non-single-family residential uses totaling more than 20,000 square feet or containing 7 or more dwelling units must be submitted to the Planning Commission for review and comment prior to approval by the planning director.
Exactly.
Not 7 or more. We either do 8.
I thought that's what he wanted.
No, more than
More
7.
than 7.
More than 7.
More than 7.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, more than 7,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I think that basically
I'm
summarizes
good with
it.
that.
Can you just contain, say containing at least, or at least 8? But I don't care. Okay, yes, it's not 7, it's 8.
It's more than 7.
More than 7.
But it's not 8. Or it's more than 8.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's accurate.
Yeah. No, we don't want to
No, we
bring it
don't.
back.
We don't need to
want
bring
to
back.
get it done.
What is this first reading?
Huh? Oh, this is
Oh.
first reading, that's right, okay.
Yes,
So-
please.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for that reminder. So I think we have generally what
Yep.
that we need to tweak it ever so slightly further. So are there any other further comments or questions regarding the ordinance?
Nope.
If hearing no further discussion, can I entertain a motion to, we're already on a motion to approve, so all in favor?
Get a motion to amend. Did I skip Ms.
That's
Walker?
right. We have, no, we have a motion. Do we have a motion to, did we formally move
don't
to
know if
amend?
We have a motion to
Amend.
approve, but we need another motion to amend,
Okay.
I believe.
Entertain a motion to amend as discussed.
Right.
So moved, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now move to approve the first reading of the ordinance as amended.
So moved. No, we have that already.
Yeah, that's right.
Just,
So move
Second.
in second.
Any further discussion? None? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Tab number 10, consideration of the state tax, of the recommendations of the State Accommodations Tax Committee's funding amounts. Entertain a motion to approve the recommendations of the committee.
so moved.
Discussion. Mr. Chairman, you want to?
No, I think we discussed it in depth during the Ways and Means. We were all in agreement, so I would recommend to council to approve what was recommended to us.
Any other discussion?
No, I'm good with
Just
that.
note that if anybody's interested, there was a fair amount of discussion during Ways and Means Committee, and you can certainly go back and review that meeting if you want additional clarification on the recommendations of the Accommodations Tax Committee and what the council, what the Ways and Means Committee members discussed. Hearing no further discussion.
Well, actually, I have one point that
Okay.
I'd like to call people's attention to. The footnote number 7 down at the bottom of that page says control and repair of waterfront erosion.
Yes.
On this.
Yes.
Just to keep at top of mind as we think about environmental projects. That there's some money, possibly. for
Beach,
that use.
beach
I wasn't aware
renourishment
of it.
is a well-accepted use
Yeah,
of
we have
state aid
used
tax
state
funds.
tax in the past.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
And I
That's
also
directly
believe
related.
that we have granted some money to the Conservancy once for marsh renourishment.
Okay, good. Didn't know that.
All in favor of the State Tax Committee funding recommendations?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Tab 11, ordinance 2410. This is our fiscal 2023-24 budget. Do we want to have, do I have a motion to approve the budget?
So move?
Second?
Any discussion? Do we
Would
want?
you like a presentation again? This was
No.
discussed at the Ways and Means, and again, it's available if anybody would like to view
Can we
it.
just, as Mayor Belt just discussed, can we just refer the community back to
Yeah.
those meeting
Yes, sir.
minutes?
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I was asking. if you
Because
guys
I
would
think
do that.
that's better than saying something different this time around.
And indeed, in the future, given the fact that we'll only have 3 members of Ways and Means, there will be an opportunity for 2 members of the council
Right.
who have not had the glorious benefit of having sat through Ways and Means.
There'll be challenges then. but I think that's the smart way of doing it.
Okay. For the time being, at least until the next council meeting, then any members of the public can refer back to the video of the Ways and Means Committee meeting. I would note there was, again, fairly extensive discussion of a wide range of budget-related issues, and the upshot was that council members had a number of questions and comments. Those will be coming back to staff to present what is likely to be a somewhat revised budget for second reading. So would approve ordinance, the budget, ordinance 2410 for first reading. Any further discussion? Motion, did we move? Do we have a
No, you
motion?
not.
Do I have a
You had
motion to
first
approve?
and a second,
Do
I
I-
believe, but not.
No, we have to vote, but we had a first
Yeah,
and a second.
Right.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The budget is approved for first reading. Tab 12, to consider the approval of the consultant to conduct the law enforcement coverage feasibility study. Do I have a motion to approve the feasibility study?
So moved?
And
Or the
second?
consultant for the
And
feasibility?
second?
Discussion.
Well, this is the same scenario. I mean, this is for the community, this is what I mentioned in my opening comments. This is a study that's going to be looking at where we need improvements, and they're going to independently recommend what we can do better or different. But we
And
went through
just
this.
for, if there's any lack of clarity, this is not to approve establishment of a police force. This is only to do a lot of preliminary spade work to determine
Right.
what our law enforcement needs may be on Kiowa Island, and there's a lot of data collection and analysis that will have to underpin that. Any consideration of whether to stand up a police force or not would be a Phase 2 project that would come back to council at a future time. With that, if there's no further discussion, all in favor of approving the consultant to conduct the law enforcement coverage feasibility study?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Tab 13, to consider approval of the Kiowa Island Parkway Annual Traffic Accounts. The materials that are in the town council meetings, this is also in the town council materials. This is also an item that we discussed at some length during the Ways and Means Committee. What the Ways and Means Committee recommended to council was a reduction in the number of locations for the traffic count from what I believe were 9 in the original proposal to 2 locations. One on Kiowa Island Parkway and one on Beachwalker Drive.
Yeah, number 3 and number 7 in the documents.
And is there
3 and 6.
3 and 6.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Tab G, to consider approval of the relocation of the dumpster pad at the municipal center. This was not a matter that was discussed at Ways and Means Committee
Not this morning, but a while ago, yeah.
prior. So hear from our Public Works Manager, Mr. Gottschalk.
Good afternoon, everybody, Mayor, members of council. So just to give a little bit of background to part of our solid waste contract, we've got a public use dumpster site over here that collects recyclables and household trash. Just a supplemental avenue for people to throw away refuse that doesn't fit in their can at home, or if they've got too much stuff in a single trip, they can bring it over here. We've had this for as long as we've had town hall here. So As I'm sure you've all noticed, we've got a project going on in the back of the town hall parking lot right now where we used to keep those dumpsters. So the idea is going to be to relocate those dumpster units. I brought this before the Ways and Means Committee and Town Council earlier at the end of last year. It was approved by the Ways and Means Committee at the time, and then Town Council decided, I believe it was in October at the meeting, they wanted to look at the mid-year budget review before we approve this. So I had Dorota add that into the mid-year budget review that you all subsequently approved. So I'm here today to ask for your approval. If we can relocate the dumpster pad, or actually construct and relocate the dumpster area to the northwest part of the garage, that would be adjacent to the car wash area right there. And this is the same project that you all reviewed when I brought it to the Ways and Means Committee and Town Council at the end of last fall. So if this is approved, this would be sourced from the general fund, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Any questions of our public
Yeah.
works planning?
Brian, I remember somehow that back at the time in October, November, when it was, that we talked about that side to be behind the garage building.
It is, right, it's not
So
gonna
it's-
be as prominent, not gonna see it when you first show up. It's gonna be tucked back a little bit.
So it's
There's a
from
little bit of a
here,
driveway.
from here or from the parking lot, when you view the garage building, it's behind the garage building? Or is it left of the garage building?
It will be, well, that's kind of a difficult question to answer because it is technically behind it, but not so much so that you won't be able to see it at all. There's gonna be a driveway, we're gonna curb cut, and there's gonna be a driveway that curves around behind the dumpster pad, or excuse me, behind the car wash station. So it's gonna be sitting kind of adjacent.
So how
slash
visible
behind.
is it when you come down here the road, you go to the back parking lot? Before you make a right turn into the back parking lot, would you see it, or would it be behind the building?
You will more than likely still see it at that point, which may be aesthetically displeasing, but also lets people know where it's
But
located.
you will see the pad. Will you necessarily see the dumpster? Because
Probably the
dumpster
larger
could be-
roll-off unit, the 20-yard roll-off unit that we typically stage here, but the two smaller units can be tucked back so as to not be as visible. But again,
But it's certainly not
for
as
nothing-
prominent as they have been.
Right, that's what I was getting ready to say. Not for nothing, they've been staged in our parking lot for as long as we've been here. So this will definitely be a nicer area to have them staged. And again, they'll still be visible so people know where to go to access those dumpster units.
So I have two comments. While it may be aesthetically pleasing to hide them, I don't want to put it in a location where somebody can jump out and have an assault or a crime or whatever to somebody using the facility. We have to be cognizant of that.
Absolutely. And if it does help, there's a camera that looks behind the garage that way. Not that that would be a deterrent for somebody that doesn't know that there's a camera there, but at least there's that. There is a
Okay.
light. There is a light right where we would be doing the curb cut. So there would be some type of illumination.
And this would just be accessible during work hours or 24/7?
That was a discussion that we had. Originally, we had looked into enclosing it, at which point we could have put hours on it. But since it's going to be open, there's not really any way to stop somebody from coming here at 2 o'clock in the morning and throwing away
Right, so
trash.
that's why you need cameras to try to catch somebody who's dumping hazardous materials, for example.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and again, we do have a camera that looks down that way. I can pull it up and see if it's sufficient. If not, we can have another one staged on that side of the garage that looks directly, kind of a designated dumpster pad camera.
Okay, so the only last comment I have is I already said, I don't want to have a situation where the dumpster facility is located behind the building from when somebody comes at 2 in the morning and they're ambushed. I would prefer safety first over aesthetics.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It won't be hidden so much so that I feel that would be a problem.
Okay, thank you.
And how many additional parking spots will be created?
I believe there's 9. They're going to be perpendicular. We're pushing that curb out. So part of this is additional parking that we're going to acquire. And I think
'Cause it's
about, it's
needed.
either 8 or 9 spots.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions of Mr. Gottschalk? All in favor of the project?
Aye.
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 Thank you all.
Thank you, Brian.
Sure. Can ask them.
I guess I can stay up here if there's something on the next.
Oh, yes, you don't have to go anywhere. Tab 8, next agenda item is to consider approval of the purchase of a UT utility task vehicle. This is a recommendation coming from the Ways and Means Committee, discussion earlier today. We don't need to belabor it, but certainly invite the community to view the Ways and Means Committee if you want additional detail. This is a task vehicle that would be utilized by the staff on trails and areas that don't require driving a truck down Kiawah Island Parkway and stopping in the middle of the road in order to pick up trash or debris or other items. This was approved by the Ways and Means Committee with a couple of qualifications, Mr. Chairman.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought, move approval of the purchase of the utility task vehicle as recommended by the Ways and Means Committee.
So moved.
Second?
okay. So I think the two
Discussion.
conditions, but please help me if I remember correctly, was A, that we consult with some of the vendors for these type of vehicles in the Charleston area to get feedback on the brand that we have selected here, and B, also to make sure that maintenance of such a vehicle can take place here in the vicinity.
Absolutely. And I wasn't able to quite get that far in the 30 minutes that we have between these meetings, so I can certainly look into that. I would like to add, though, too, Mr. Mayor, the list that you sent about the top, there was one in particular, and only one in there that looked potentially interesting that I would like to investigate a little bit further. It was the only one that was in the same price range and had some of the same specifications to it and capabilities. So I would like to investigate that, if that's okay with you all. And if I may ask that I maybe come back in next month's meeting with a hands-down recommendation.
Well, I think what we've approved is the purchase of the vehicle. So I think we've said, basically, you've got the parameters, which has been approved.
So with that, just one clarification, I don't know how nitpicky it is, the request was for that brand-specific vehicle. I don't know if we need to make a motion to take away the
Yeah,
brand but approve the price.
I just have the one comment, so we need to make sure that that vehicle can be serviced.
That's the issue.
Which is
right,
what Michael
absolutely,
said,
yes.
because it's like buying, a Ferrari, and you can't bring it down to Toyota to get serviced. It's just not going to happen. So we have to make sure we're not in the same situation.
So
Yeah,
I would recommend that we just approve a budget. I would even be okay to give him 25, and then see and trust Brian that he picks the right stuff, because at the end of the day, he is responsible for the vehicle and for its maintenance, so.
All right with that.
I'm certainly comfortable with that. If you think the additional leeway is critical in choosing a vehicle that accomplishes all the goals that the council members have outlined.
Absolutely, we can say up to that amount. I mean, I don't want to turn it into a thing that I need to ask for $45,000 right now, but I think up to 25 would be sufficient and fair.
Just to give you a leeway, please
little
don't
bit.
spend it all. You have heard that from your wife.
So we are amending the recommendation. I will need a motion to amend the recommendation of the Ways and Means Committee to raise the dollar amount, as well as to eliminate any specific reference to the
brand.
DRR EV, electric UTV, to simply be a electric UTV.
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
All in favor of the amendment?
Discussion?
Oh, discussion, I'm
Discussion.
sorry, further discussion on the amendment.
Yes, so the more I've thought about this, I think the green initiative is awesome. I think this vehicle makes total sense from a sizing perspective and a use perspective. I think spending twice the amount of money we could on an electric vehicle for this type of vehicle versus a gas
It's
is
not
probably
twice
not my
as much.
first choice.
It's not twice as much, but it's more.
You can
definitely.
get some that are around $10,000. And with the questions around the service and reliability, I think for a test vehicle, my preference would be do gas and spend our extra money on electric trucks where we know what the range is not a problem. So if we need to replace a Toyota pickup truck, have that be electric, and any future town vehicles, have those be electric where we know there's no issues. I'm just concerned about the
So let me-
viability of using this and the distance it adds for it.
So let me give you a few data points here. A, we already have now 2 electric trucks, okay? That's a good starting point.
Yep.
I would personally actually even not recommend to have a third or a fourth one at the moment, because those are really test vehicles that we want to see if they work, if they're reliable, et cetera. Second data point, even to replace one of the smaller vehicles at the moment is not possible because Toyota doesn't have one yet, right? And there is still debate in the Go Green initiative of those Dakotas, for example, should be better replaced by a hybrid version or by an electric version. The reason why I think I would really support this particular vehicle, because it's a great test case also for other Ks on the island, because this type of vehicle is used at the beaches to set up, the chairs, et cetera, already today. When you look at the beach club and the sanctuary, I believe Kika has now started to use some of them. So I think for us, this is also a little bit of a spearhead project to test these type of vehicles, make sure they really work here, right? And then we will see an appropriate multiplication factor from it. Doing this now in gasoline, yes, is cheaper, right? But it would rob us from the opportunity to test if these are really reliable and usable vehicles on the island.
And Michael, would the charging stations that we're putting in also adequately charge this vehicle?
That's my understanding, right, Brian?
Yeah, well, now that I'm kind of investigating other brands and options, that will certainly be something that I'll look into. All of these, they don't take as much power as a truck, and the charging application may be a little bit different. So I don't have any fear that there's going to be a complication charging it, but I'll have to see if they work with these regular
Be surprised.
vehicle
For me, it would
chargers.
be critical that the charging stations we're putting in are going to work on this vehicle.
I would be
Well,
surprised.
so we've got a charging station. I won't even call it a station. It's a plug that we use for our vehicle right now, that we've got that we could easily manipulate to mount a charging device that will do this UTV.
It's the same thing. It's actually better usually. Golf carts is level 1. Those here usually have level 2
Yeah,
plug-in
and if
for
I may
220.
just make one point, Mr. Hill, I probably should have brought this up during the Ways and Means Committee. So the Wildlife Department currently has a gas UTV that they've had it for a long time. It's in real rough shape. And we have been able to use that from time to time to access road shoulders and leisure trails, and has proven to be very, very helpful. So for what it's worth, we've got one that we've utilized. The Wildlife Department's utilized it. They typically like to take it, trailer it down, to the east end and access off-road stuff down there. But the Public Works Department has utilized it to access the things that we've discussed in the last 2 meetings. So I really feel like it'll be really helpful for us.
Yeah, I don't oppose to the vehicle at all. It's just
the electric
the
versus
cost of the electric
gas.
versus the cost of gas, the savings you can achieve. You're not going to be driving it that far, so the savings are really forecast over a long period of time. But I think the concept is a great idea.
Yes, sir.
And whether to use this as one of the pieces of Go Green, that's, another decision.
Well, I guess it does get the point. I mean, it went up to 25,000. That's can be more than double what it would cost to get a gas-powered.
But I'm not allowed to spend 25, just a cushion, right?
$24.99.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Councilmember Farrell. All in favor as amended?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Next agenda item, tab I, to consider approval of funding of a charitable grant application for from Habitat for Humanity. This was also considered and recommended by the Ways and Means Committee earlier today. Can I entertain a motion to consider approval of the grant application?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Just very briefly, there were issues related to the town's awareness of a timely submitted application. And I'm not,
Yeah, it was normally, this is part of charitable contributions. Habitat for Humanity normally are applicants. It was not caught until after the fact when they approached the town. In further investigation, we did determine that our town spammed their application. They submitted it on time. They asked for if Ways and Means and Council would consider kind of like a one-off, and staff presented that to Ways and Means earlier today for consideration.
and otherwise, the applicant and the application met all our criteria.
Otherwise, our
And
three-
they've been a previous recipient. Of
Yes,
funding.
our three criteria that council elected is hunger, health, and housing, and they have been recipients in the past. I have no doubt that they probably would have received some sort of funding, if not all funding in this cycle, if they would have been considered. Obviously, it's a great need in terms of housing. It supports the Sea Islands as requirement of the charitable contribution. So we have put forth for your consideration, and the Ways and Means have recommend full approval of the application. It does go, we budget 200,000. I think we had roughly maybe 2,000 or so left, so this would be a little bit over our budget for this year, but this is just, obviously, it would be a one-off that you guys normally don't do.
Any further discussion amongst the council? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Tab J, consider approval of the appointments of the Landscape and Tree Preservation Board. Can I please have a motion to approve the appointments?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Taylor, do you want to talk about the new proposed board members?
Members of Town Council, we have 3 members that have submitted applications for our new established Landscape and Tree Preservation Board, 2 of which are residents on Kiowa and 2 of which are design professionals. Mr. Robert Ryan is a resident member and a design professional, and Mr. Denise Grable Donahoe is also a design professional. I would point out that Mr. Denise does not live on the island, but she's a design professional, so she's been recommended to also join the Tree Preservation Board. And then Miss Elizabeth St. John's, a resident member as well. They all fit what we intend, I think, serves the need as the purpose and need of the Landscape and Tree Preservation Board. With only 3 applicants, we felt the need to just go ahead and bring all 3 of them for appointment, but we would still advertise 2 vacancies that we still have based on our 5 membership makeup. And so actually, Patricia St. John, she's already contacted these individuals. And so the next step of action is to get this board appointed, and so that we would have this tree preservation in place, just so hypothetically we do receive any applications, and we would be in effect with our new ordinance.
Any discussion?
So as it relates to Mrs. Graybill and Mr. Ryan, are they now resident, so community member representation, or professional representation?
So for the purposes, because of our ordinance is written, Mr. Robert would be serving as a resident member. Although he is a design professional, he would be serving as a resident member.
Okay.
And Ms. Denise would be serving as the actual design professional. So we would have a makeup of 2 residents and 1 design professional by the way our
Okay. So you're
ordinance is
looking
written.
for what now? 1 more design professional and 1 more resident?
Yes. And hypothetically, we had some internal discussions. It might be we might bring a recommendation back for consideration to modify that 5-member makeup so that we just account for having the required minimum design professionals and the others could just be residents at large. And so, but yes, we would still have an
So our ordinance is not limited to residents of Kiowa Island. It can be, the design professional could be from anywhere.
correct.
And I would just note that some of our commissions and committees are limited to either residents or property owners. We don't allow outside, people who are not residents or property owners, as this person is.
Not all of them.
Some of them.
I think the environmental committee also allows people from outside of Kiowa.
Just thinking that on some of these, there may be a reason to take a fresh look at that requiring residency and/or property ownership on Kiowa may not be the
But I like the way it's written
Yes,
here.
yes,
I mean,
that's fine.
two of them should be,
Yes.
which I think is fine, and one can be, but doesn't have to be. So
Any further discussion?
Well, I only have just a general question to Mr. Taylor. It was somewhat disappointing. We only received 3 applicants. Is there something in our requirements that you think is stopping others from applying?
So once we shifted into exempt single-family residential, that reduced the amount of concern from a lot of the design professionals. So we did see a decrease in sort of interest to volunteer in that capacity. I think it's also attributed to the scope and scale of potentially 3 years commitment opposed to a shorter term period for someone who is not a resident of Kiowa. And so potentially maybe we modify that these are one-year appointments or 2-year appointments opposed to 3-year appointments. Those would be my first 2 things that I think of would be hurdles to recruitment. We continue to advertise, but those would be my first 2 things that I think as far as hurdle-wise.
I would like to adopt John's recommendations to try to attract more people, at least initially, make it a 1 or 2-year term. Just a thought of how we can increase the applications.
I would make one suggestion. I'm just thinking about this. When we push stuff out, it is just pushed out in our e-blast, which doesn't hit all of the property owners. Do we know if Kika has shared this in theirs? Because that may be one final push, is that we ask Kika to put it in theirs, because remember, ours is, we really don't hit the
That's
residents.
true.
So if we maybe do one more push and make sure and work with Kika to see if they can put it in their Kiowa Digest, I think that may bring more attention, that people
Right.
may just not even know that we have the opening.
That's a great idea.
And so if we can maybe
should
just
do
try that once, and then if that doesn't work, then maybe we can go with the other
Rather
recommendations.
than amending the
Right,
ordinance
exactly,
again right
exactly.
now.
Great idea. Okay.
Yeah, I would second that. It's a great idea, Stephanie, because, I mean, I know Rob Ryan. I recruited Rob Ryan to be on this, and that's how he found out about it. He didn't read the town stuff, and he doesn't read the Kika stuff. And so that communication is part of our impediment to, people knowing that there's an opportunity. I don't know how we solve that, but Kika can help us.
There's also just a hesitancy that they don't know exactly what it truly entails yet. So once we get up and running, we'll continue.
It's remarkable that we got the quality of applicants that we did, rather remarkable.
I would agree. There's no track record for this board. So it doesn't have the same kind of appeal that other boards that lead to other interesting assignments have. I was real happy with the quality of the candidates that we've got so far.
The board is now functional, or does it have to wait for the next 2?
No, we will function with just 3 members.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor of approving the appointments to the Landscape and Tree Preservation Board?
Aye.
Thank you. Tab 18 and 19, what I'd like to do is consider those together. Minor modifications, as discussed earlier, to the charters to essentially allow, they currently provide for staff chairs, and this would revise those to have the chairs be council members. one for each of Public Safety and Environmental Committee.
So
Can I
move.
entertain a motion to approve the two charters?
Yes, so move.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next agenda item is to move into an executive session. Yes?
We've been here for a while. Could we do citizen comments first so we can engage?
I certainly have no objection to that. Any other objection to? None at all. Good thought.
Try to keep them brief. Todd Bonet, 3532 Shipwatch. At a prior council meeting, there was a question as to whether or not the town had, rights to require certain stormwater management mitigation. Could you give us an update on, what the town's analysis is on their ability to impose requirements?
Town administrator, or do you want to discuss that? Or town council?
Yeah, why don't
Town
we have
attorney?
town council? This is in regards to Weston and Sampson comment.
So Weston and Sampson made recommendations in their
Right.
report. Their recommendations were based off of Charleston County stormwater standards, which as a legal matter, we can't just pull standards from another jurisdiction and apply those across the board. The
Right.
planner does, or the zoning administrator, John, has discretion though to request certain things be done in order to alleviate drainage and flooding issues, and he's going to do that. So some of the recommendations, I suspect, will be
Okay.
required, others may not. It's totally up to the zoning administrator.
Okay, great. And the second,
And just
question.
what, I've just a note in addition to that, that's an item of discussion at the strategic planning meeting as part of our overall resiliency of protecting the environment. And it's distinctly possible that we would look at revising our ordinances prospectively to make our stormwater management regulations more robust.
Okay, great. Second question is, has the town looked at whether or not there are additional property transfer requirements under the ARDA? And in particular, I would suggest you look at Exhibit 4.1 and the interplay of Exhibit 4.1 with the definition of parcel. And if you look at the definition of parcel, it's not what you would expect it to be. It's actually it's written in a very peculiar way. And I'm being diplomatic here. So I would suggest you look at whether or not there might be additional property transfer obligations under the ARDA by the partners. And again, I bring this up because to the extent that you get to some future point and there's a settlement, we'd want to make sure that if, as part of that settlement, there is an agreement that there are no further obligations by the partners under the ARDA, then we'd want to make sure that all of the property that was to be transferred under the ARDA has been
Which
transferred.
provision of the ARDA are you referring to?
If you look at, it's under section 16, but if you look at Exhibit 4.1, and the definition of parcel is actually not a definition, I would argue. It in a very peculiar way, creates a more narrow list of properties under Exhibit 4.1. And in particular, what you have to look at is it refers to two other exhibits, an exhibit that is a chart of particular properties and then also a map. And then what it further narrows is to say that in order for the obligation to be there, the properties to be transferred have to be on both exhibits, the table and the map, and all properties have to be numbered in both of those exhibits. And what you will find is that there are properties listed in the table that are not, the table is numbered, and then there are properties in the map which are not numbered. So I would just encourage you to take a look at it, but my spidey sense says there might be something there.
Thank you. We will take a look.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
To add to this, Todd,
Yeah.
there is actually one additional piece of land that is required to be transitioned, which is outlined in paragraph 16 as well, number D.
Okay.
What is this? D, small d, and that is called Bear Island.
Okay.
That's a transition that is required not actually from the partners, but those that are owning this, which are 2 or 3 trusts, and they are supposed to hand that over to Kika last time I spoke to them, is they're trying to figure, and the Conservancy are trying to actually figure out who represents these trusts, actually. That's another stipulation, but that has nothing to do with the partners, and that, to my understanding, also has nothing to do with the town, except that we hold this contract, but the transition is independent.
Okay, and in my analysis, I'm trying to be pragmatic because, again, you all have talked about how convoluted Section 16 is in the entire ARDA, but there is a provision in the ARDA that says the partners won't transfer or sell certain property that they may be required to convey to KICA going forward. I would suspect, if we were to be, detailed about that certain property may have already been transferred to other parties. I'm more focused on whether or not there is property along Beachwalker that, is still in the possession of the partners that may need to be, subject to a review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonet. Mr. Willoughby.
So Larry Willoughby, 406 New Egret Lane. I attended the KICA meeting yesterday, and it's evident. I asked a question about the ARB and whether or not the ARB operated by KICA could operate outside Ireland, and the answer is no. So basically, my understanding is the partners still intend to run an ARB for fresh fields and land off island. Are you accepting of this?
I'm not sure quite what the question is, Larry.
Okay, so basically, the ARB has been established for KICA to run, correct?
The ARB is the alter ego of the company under the general covenants, and it applies to all property as referenced in the general covenants. I believe there is also a separate agreement with regard to that, essentially the same ARB for Freshfields Village and for Cacique.
It's not the same ARB, it's the same staff.
It's the same staff.
But
It is,
separate.
yes.
Okay, but sorry, my question, my understanding is KICA are going to run an ARB, is that correct?
That's part of
Well,
the
that,
discussion. It is currently part of a project between the town and KICA.
Okay, but I
To
asked
figure, let me finish, please.
Sorry, okay.
Then to figure out what could be a potential layout of an ARB that is not owned by the developer, but under the jurisdiction of KICA.
Okay, so KICA will run
For the island.
That's what I'm saying. So off island, from discussion with the partners represented on KICA yesterday, the partners still intend to run ARB off island, so for Freshfields. Is that correct?
The discussions thus far have only been with regard to transferring the functions to KICA. KICA could only have authority, responsibility with respect to KICA members.
Yeah, okay. So it's up in the air still?
It's what?
Up in the air still, undecided what's going to happen off island?
It's not even undecided, it's not part of the debate.
Okay, so it's going to continue that way?
Well, that is
I
a
don't know.
completely separate question. The Cacique HOA and their covenants will dictate what happens with regard to architectural review of Cacique going forward. We haven't separately looked at issues related to Freshfields Village at this time.
Okay, that was basically my question. Second point is basically on the island, parking anywhere near parking full stop on any car park is basically provided by KICA in basically at the Sandcastle and one or two other places. The partners for the beach club and resorts and by the resort. I believe there is no other parking provided by other than those three organizations. Parking at Night Heron is being reduced to make way for the bowling alleys and the pub and whatever. The partners have recently, well, actually last year, sold off an overflow car park at the beach club down the far end of the island. So, and with the, and they're totally entitled to do it, but with the developments of West Beach and East Beach, parking may become more restricted there. So really, what I'm concerned about is, and it doesn't affect me, I don't rent out and never rented at all, but say if someone comes to the island and rents on Seamarsh, where do they go and park in future if it's not by the good grace of the beach club, or the resort, sorry. We're a town that actually doesn't provide any general parking. I'm not at the meetings later on this week, I've got appointments, but I would raise that as an issue to be discussed. I don't know of any real town that doesn't provide parking.
Well, that would be some land which would be owned by the municipality. We don't own any land behind the gate. The municipality does not.
And you're not allowed to own land? You can't purchase land?
Don't want to.
I'm not sure that there's any land available to purchase behind the gate,
okay,
wholly
but I'm
apart
just-
from whether the municipality would want to go down
I'm
that
just
path.
raising, sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm just raising the issue.
And in regards
But
to.
you're raising it with the wrong body.
In regards to short-term rentals for parking, so in our ordinance, they are required to be able to show that all the parking will be contained there. Now, I guess if you're saying if they have where they have a day guest there, where the day guests park, because if it's short-term rental, they have to account for the parking on their property. So if for some reason during the inspections, they have to let us know if the garage can be used for a bump out. So if they say that they can only have 6 vehicles there, that's all they can have. If they have more and they're parked on the street, they can get a ticket. If they need more vehicles, or if typically if they're going to have more vehicles, and if it's a resort, manage a property that they manage, the resort will work with a short-term rental to be able to park extra vehicles on their property. But from a short-term rental standpoint, we do, as part of our application, they have to designate how many vehicles will be allowed can park at that particular.
Thank you, I understand that. But really, I'm just raising the issue of beach parking, and I will end.
And not just
I've made
beach
my
park,
point.
but we certainly could take a fresh look at our ordinances as to what we require in the way of parking with regard to any development-related activities. That's been one of the issues that's really been the focus of some of the more recent developments, are what is the amount of actual required parking and whether that has been complied with. A separate question may be, is what is required currently under ordinances sufficient or not? And that is something we might want to take a look at. That's come up in the context which people have raised with regard to West End, for example, is that there are, all our ordinances require are a minimum number of spots in enclosed garages for residents, and the West End.
And
site-
amenities.
What's that?
And amenities.
And amenities, but there are none in no amenities in West End right now. So the only thing that's being provided in the site plan is a total of 8 additional surface parking spaces. And those aren't actually required by our ordinance, but there are being provided 8 additional parking spaces. Whether 8 is sufficient for 56 dwelling units and their visitors and guests and vendors and service providers is a legitimate question.
But that's a different topic.
Yes, it is.
Brad, right? I mean, this is what we need to look at. If in today's world, this, 1.75 vehicles per dwelling unit is actually, reasonable
that
or not.
was under the
right? That's
ARDA,
one
yeah,
thing,
yeah.
right? And whatever we have in the town ordinances. In the town ordinances, to my understanding, because we looked at this when we had to resolve this, or tried to resolve, because it's still not really resolved, the parking issue at the Cape for the Cape Club, is that we don't have an ordinance that would require a developer of a certain size for a certain size of a property, whatever, to provide beach access parking. So the parking that Larry is referring to was then, my understanding, is purely gifted to the community, so to speak. So when you look at the Old Inn, right, we have, Sarah, about 25, I would say, probably parking spots in that particular area, and that's gifted to the community, so to speak, by the resort. But they are not required.
I think that is temporary.
It's what it is right now.
No, I understand, but it's
So-
a temporary gifting.
That I cannot answer.
But Larry's point is well taken, though, with respect to the Sandcastle, on their holiday weekends, they don't have room. They're overflowing.
There is an inadequacy of parking, both for visitors and guests generally, as well as certainly with regard to beach access. We could potentially address that in part prospectively through ordinance changes. But right
But there's
now,
a lot
our
of-
ordinances don't require any specific beach access. There is a provision of our parking regulations that does allow the planning director to require overflow parking.
But this would be a situation where the horse has already left the barn, the
no, I
Sandcastle is
agree.
already there. You're not going to get more parking there. The beach club is already there, you're not going to get more parking there. While I agree that we should change or at least look at ordinances going forward with respect to whatever hotel is going to be built at the West End, that makes complete sense. But the current parking situation is not adequate enough.
Especially
But I don't know what.
based on where we
I don't know
build
what to
out.
do about it.
No, I agree. I'm just raising the issue. I'm not providing any answers. Sorry, I apologize. But
Okay, thank you.
and Michael, you were saying that it's not really a town issue. I should be asking someone else. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's more a topic about, that you should probably address with Kika. Because those other parking areas, at least that's my understanding, when you look, for example, at this little parking area at the beach club before you go actually through the
I
beach
understand,
club gate on the left side, it's my understanding that's owned and operated by Kika. And there are several of those places that they manage, and I don't know, if they are able to expand or.
Unfortunately,
So-
yeah, that's Kika common property, but they don't have there's no more property available to.
That
People
I don't
are
know.
actually looking at what property they own. I mean, it is surprising what they own, but it's not going to provide.
Not sure that they ever looked at it this
That
way.
may be.
So, but that's why I'm saying this
Okay.
is actually, to me, more a Kika issue than a town issue.
Could we just have, I raised the issue about trash collection on the beach. Are trash cans now everywhere on the beach where they were before? Or is this still outstanding issue?
No, I believe they're everywhere. There's just a few right now that may only have 2 containers, but we're going to expand it to 3 containers. But are all of the trash cans out now?
I think I've got maybe 3 or 4 left to pick up and put back out. Effective.
Have you built them all? They're all built. Okay, so we just.
I just have to transport.
So Larry, with respect to the trash on the beach, I can tell you from being on Turtle Patrol, the biggest problem there is with our old trash facility. I saw them probably every day I was on Turtle Patrol. They just drove by them. They didn't even stop.
Yeah.
And they're now gone, so let's see how.
The others do. I know. Okay, thank you.
And Brian and I, for example, talked about this to make sure that the instructions, the briefing for the new trash company is that to really drive by and not just peek in, but really empty it. Because I actually also observed that often, you see the tire tracks of the trash driving by the receptacles, and there are no footsteps, right? So he never even got out of the truck. He just
And then
looked
you get
over.
overflow.
I'm
But it
not
it
kidding.
was
I
one-
used to wave as he drove by
it was,
in the
but it
morning.
was one third, full. I think what is another important topic, and we have worked on this, is actually at least during the peak months, before July 4th and into Labor Day, to actually have a second pickup.
Oh, yeah.
So that not overnight, the trash bins are flowing over and blown everywhere, and our wildlife has a feast.
That's a good idea, because I agree.
Also had some discussions whether we can get them there about involving Kika, since it is Kika common property where those trash cans are located, so that they can provide some additional supplemental trash pickup if our regularly scheduled pickup is insufficient to meet demand.
I'll be quick. 2 remaining points. Will the public or citizens see the plans for Upper Beachwalker and Lower Beachwalker before they're finally approved? i.e., can we comment on after the planning director has finished his back and forths with the partners and the developers, will we be able to see the
Well,
plans?
there would have to be revised site plans submitted that complied with the requirements or conditions
Oh, I
outlined by the planning director, and those revised site plans would be put on the
They would,
the
and that's
website.
that's one of the questions that Mr. Bonnier asked, and what Mac's going to look at is, one, based on the ordinance, would it have to go before the planning commission? If the answer is no, it doesn't apply to that, then the answer to your question is that there's a back and forth, and yes, the plans would not necessarily, you'll see the plans, but they may be approved when they're put on the website. But we're still working through with our town attorney in terms of with the ordinance, if we would have to bring that before the planning commission, because if so, it'll be very public. But we have, I believe we also had said that before we maybe officially approve them, that we would definitely let the community know, because if there's also an appeal
So-
process as well.
So just to clarify, Stephanie, that there would need to be, prior to approval, at some point in time, revised site plans.
Correct.
That would have to be submitted that
Right.
comply with all the conditions.
Oh, absolutely.
So when those revised site plans are submitted.
They can go up on the, right.
They should go up online at that point in time.
They should go up online at that point in time. Now, for some reason, which I don't know, but if some reason they come in and for whatever reason, which I don't think they will, they meet everything and he's able to sign off, they go up online, but he's already signed off. That's probably the very, very rare example. I mean, that probably would not happen, so.
Okay. It would.
But nevertheless, you will be able to see them probably more than likely before they're approved.
I think we should just clarify that any revised site plans would require review to ensure that the revised site plans actually do meet all the requirements.
Oh, absolutely. We would follow our normal process.
So therefore, the site
Review.
plans would be, the revised site plans would be up on our town's website
Correct.
before they are approved.
The revised ones would be on the website before they approve. Now, this is a process, Larry. So John submits his comment letters to the applicant. The applicant could submit a revised site plan. The revised site plan can go up. John can look at it and say, okay, you've met, 3 out of the 7 comments. He then responds back to the applicant. The applicant can then submit another site plan, revised site plan to us, which we then go on the website. So there could still be a little bit of back and forth and a number of renditions of a site plan that goes on the website before it's approved. But, so you will be able to see kind of and watch the process as it goes, and ultimately you will see the final site plan.
So Stephanie, I do have a question, again, from my experience. I do know that it actually is fairly common to have drawings submitted for review, and then whoever the reviewer is would approve it as noted, which means there's not another resubmission.
That's
So
correct.
does that happen here?
It could be approved with conditions. So there could be, I'm not saying with this particular site plan, but yes, in the zoning administrator world, when they're reviewing site plans, if for the most part, everything is met, but there are certain conditions, they can approve a site
Okay.
plan with conditions.
All right, but that's why I wanted to make sure Larry then knew, and I wanted to first find out how the procedure was here. There is not always a final drawing submitted if it's approved as noted. There may not be a final approved
Well,
version.
we get a final approved version. It will be a final
There will
approved.
be, there will be
Yeah.
a brand-new one, even though the application was approved as noted?
Yeah, there could be, because right now, based on this particular one for Beach Walker, we have not resubmitted our comments to them. Once our new comments go to them, they need to respond back probably with a revised
Okay,
site
that's why I was
plan.
at, so I'm going to do a hypothetical. So somebody submits a site plan and they say, we'll approve it, the only thing is you don't have enough parking, you need to add 10 parking spots, but the site plan is approved.
Yeah.
That won't happen?
No. Well, it's approved with a condition, well, for parking.
Well, what about conditions then?
Condition is to provide a new site plan.
But
Right.
all right, I'm just saying from my experience, a new plan, this is in the private sector, isn't always submitted. And that's what I'm trying to get a handle.
So
Yeah, we have
once we receive revised set of plans, and if they are in an approvable state, we will publish those. To your question, I think if denoting whether or not these are the absolute final plans that would be used to build to construction, those are not necessarily construction documents, but the site plan that is approved based on zoning, we will denote that, hey, these have been approved, and we can add that to our site, just like how we have been doing for previous site plans for all of these development projects now, and that show these have been the approved plans.
Okay, so when you approve with conditions, all right, do you get a new drawing showing those conditions?
So the site plan would not change. The conditions would
Could.
be applied. The conditions would either show things that, let me refresh. If there are conditions that need to be modified based on the site plan, we would have them submit that. But if they're not,
Okay, so-
so your question regarding parking, that's not something that
All right,
you
I
would see
understand.
as a-
So that's a bad example. So I'm just saying, in situations where you approve something with conditions, is there a final submittal that incorporates all those conditions?
We would have the approved site plan with those conditions listed, and if those conditions respond to something that subsequently needs to shift on the site plan, that
Yeah.
site plan needs to be resubmitted.
It does, okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. So then there will always be a final site plan that is submitted, and you're not going to accept a marked up or a red line drawing?
What I want to just make the distinction is that the site plan won't necessarily be the actual construction documents that would.
No, I know
you would
that,
see.
no,
So-
I know,
so
that's
yes.
something different, no, I know that.
Yeah,
I
but
know
the
that.
site plan is final, but some site plans could have conditions attached to them that they have to be met prior to, the building drawings or,
Building permit.
Well, the
building
construction, I know
permit.
construction drawings are different than a site plan, I
right,
understand that.
right, yeah.
But just to clarify, we'll have this conversation further if necessary. If there is a revised site plan that's submitted that the applicant believes addresses all outstanding comments, then that will go up on the public website.
Correct.
There will be some period of time that would be required for the planning director and planning staff to determine whether in fact that
Got it.
what
Good.
the
That they met
final
the
site plan doesn't meet, and then there may be shortly thereafter approval.
Or shortly thereafter, we can say, no, they have not met some of the outstanding issues, and we go back to them and say, you need to meet, you haven't met these, and then they can submit us another revised site plan, and we'll just put that up on the website, but it doesn't necessarily mean that John has gone through all the review. For transparency purposes, we're just putting the information up on the
Right,
website.
but I'm hearing two different things, and maybe we should do this. But I'm hearing two different things. If it's approved with conditions, that means it's approved.
Exactly,
Yes.
and it's only the
Right.
conditions that can change.
Yeah, but then I just heard that there would be another submittal yet that would be approved.
Well, he's just saying that if there's no,
No
so there's
conditions.
no
I'm just talking about a
conditions.
situation where there are no conditions.
Well, then that's not what I'm talking about. I was saying, if
Well,
it's
there's a
approved
different,
with
there's a lot of
conditions-
different scenarios with regards to the site plan and the approval process. One could be that we have a list of comments, could be 10 comments, and we submit it to the applicant, and the applicant comes back, and they may have said that they may meet 8 of those conditions. We're just going to put it up on the website, but John is still going to be reviewing it. He would then go back to the applicant and say, you still have two conditions or 2 requirements that you haven't met. They would then have a back and forth. And then ultimately, at some point, John may be able to approve it, or he may say, sorry, we can't. Now, there's this other part, I think, that you're asking
Isn't it
about.
really approved with conditions then?
There may not be, that's what I'm saying. There can be a site plan where it's just completely, you have to meet
I
these
know,
requirements.
no. I'm-
And then there's going to be another one where he can say, out of 8 of these requirements, I can condition 2 of them, meaning that I can go ahead and sign off now, but these 2 conditions have to be met at a certain point. So there can be different, depending on what his requirements are or conditions, there could be maybe, 2 different scenarios in terms of approving it. So that's why it's this, that's why ultimately.
I'm having chat, so when something is approved with conditions, that then would be given the green light to the developer to start going to the next step. Right? Right.
Correct.
So then, if something then is there going to have to be another drawing even if it's approved
Not
with
necessarily,
conditions?
because the condition may not require an actual revision of the drawing. It could just be that I need to be able to maybe see something on site. I'm not sure what the condition can be. I know one is stormwater, but I don't know if there's any other conditions that you may have. So his conditions may not necessarily trigger a revision of the site plan. It can just be, I don't know, you have to give an example of what a
See, that's why I'm bringing it
condition.
up, Mr. Bell, because I'm hearing two different things. So approve a condition means the developer goes to the next step, and you're not having another drawing submitted.
Need to
If a
submit.
condition doesn't require a new drawing, but if a site plan is approved, but say, just,
What
you
could
have
be,
to add one more parking spot. Right?
I don't
But
know if that would be a
otherwise, it's
condition.
approved.
That probably would not be a
condition
condition.
might be something like what we've discussed before.
So
An encroachment access agreement. Approved, subject to execution of an encroachment access agreement on
Right.
terms
I
and
can't
conditions.
actually think of
That can be
any situation that, according to what we were already discussing, that would not require, even if it's just a general condition, make sure you clean up the trash at the end of each day.
And so
That would have
those-
to be on a new drawing, that
Well, see,
condition.
on the drawing, the example he just gave, you actually have the access is showing on the site plan. John approves it, but he may not have the actual piece of paper. So
And
that's
my whole
executed.
point.
And that, so
then
you
there
don't
would
need
have
a
to be
new,
another submission.
no, because he's already approved the connection.
Okay, so then there is not another drawing showing that other access.
Right, his condition would be that we need the recorded
So-
easement agreement, or something like that, the cross
So for
easement
example-
agreement.
Exactly. Or you need to have a written agreement from your neighbor that you're allowed to do that. That's the condition. Would never make it on the drawing,
That's a good example, yes, that
right?
would be fine.
So there would not be a new drawing, but still the applicant would need to show and prove
But it would still
to
have to
John
be-
that the neighbor has
But at some
okayed.
point, it would still have to be submitted.
So, can I
That
just
condition.
give a clear example? Pretty common, I'll go back to when you served on the Board of Zoning Appeals. The site, the approval was granted with certain conditions that the applicant now provide additional screening in this particular location to help screen new said extended porch where it's located.
I remember that.
The plans have already been approved, but what that applicant would need to do is, prior to them getting their official zoning permit, that they would need to now submit a revised landscape plan that shows those additional plantings for that
Right, so
area.
there's another drawing then.
So that's why I said the actual site plan in itself may not change a building footprints or parking. None of those things substantially would be changed, but there might be additional documents that are submitted prior to the issuance or after that, after the
Because
issuance.
then you're going to have a landscape plan that's submitted. I understand that.
Correct.
yes. Okay. Larry, does that help or hurt?
No, actually, I'm sorry. I mean,
Got your question?
no. I mean, currently, I've been on the website, I've looked at the drawing. It is actually quite difficult for a layperson to understand, first off. And we've had Mark Permark come along and, present various things, which are, that's fine. They were fairly understandable. I'm not sure now whether the community understands what Upper and Lower Beach Walker are going to look like. And I would like the community to know, have an idea before anything's approved as to what it's going to look like.
So-
Big picture,
so-
or mid-picture, not small, not the details.
Larry, directly to that point, which
Yeah.
is what the town administrator discussed earlier today during her comments and update as to the process or procedure we're going through, is that the planning director is going to issue a fresh comment letter on each of those projects that will essentially pull together everything that is in one place, that are outstanding comments that have not yet been addressed, as well as any new issues that have been identified as part of the site plan review process, so that everybody, applicant, community members, should be on the same page as to where we are in the process once those comment letters, revised comment letters are issued.
I may be asking too much then, but could we have a presentation as to what it looks like? Because it's difficult to understand for a layperson looking at the plans.
Larry,
Because it's such a significant development for the island.
So the issue is, you won't know until the applicant submits a revised application that responds to all
Backwards and
of the
forwards.
comments.
Yeah.
The comments may necessitate, an earlier round of comments it led to a revised application on Ocean Pines, which removed 2 buildings. It included new parking.
Yep.
Comments are still outstanding, and new have been added that further changes to the site plan
I understand.
would be necessary before it could be approved. So at some point, there would need to be a revised application submitted that would show what it would look like thereafter.
And can we see that before it's approved?
That's what we've said.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Finally, Stephanie, you mentioned we removed 2 alligators. Are they euthanized or are they sent off somewhere else? Just a question. Okay, okay. My sons were here one year when they saw they were fishing, probably where they shouldn't be fishing. But they saw an alligator being disposed of. Could I ask that they use a higher caliber bullet? Because they had to shoot this alligator a couple of times. Just, please.
Would relay that back to
Thank
Mr.
you.
Jordan.
Thank you. Any further citizen comments?
How are you? Trevor Cyrillic, Barrier Island Beach Service. I want to talk about trash real quick. I'd say the major downfall of the previous trash company on the beach was the fact that they used a 26,000-pound compactor truck on a soft beach. They probably got stuck no less than 25 times last year. Sometimes they were sitting out there half the day, accomplishing nothing. The current company, those guys have done it before. They have a pickup truck out there, a trailer. They get right up to the trash rack. The previous company, those guys didn't have any supervision. They drive on the hard sand. If they didn't see stuff peeking out of the cans, they wouldn't stop. Really, I think Logan and his crew, I've seen them, they get right up to the cans. They're doing a good job. If they're able to pick up any debris underneath, if they're able to level those racks, I think that would go a long way in keeping Kiowa Beach pretty. As far as extra service, I would say 3 days, 100% needed. That would be Saturday of Memorial Day weekend, 4th of July, Saturday of Labor Day weekend. Those are the 3 hottest days of the 3 busiest days of the season out there. 100% a second trash run would be needed. Every day of the summer, probably not. Not if Logan and his guys are doing the job correctly.
Thank you.
Just
Thank
wanted to
you.
give you my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Been here a while.
Appreciate that. If no other citizen comments, may I entertain a motion to move into executive session pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70-2. And I think we've provided the basis for moving into executive session in the agenda materials.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Without any further discussion, we all agreed? Right. Oh, thank you. In executive session, there were no decisions made, no actions taken with regard to the matters referenced in the executive session. There is now no new business item under tab 10 as a result of that. Citizen comments? There are no citizen comments to be heard at this point in time. Council member comments?
Thank you.
No.
None? Then I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second?
We are adjourned. Thank you all.